was I supposed to know that my storm was gonna roll way down in the valley? How was I supposed to see all the fishes in the sea swam on without me? I was just a little stone at the bottom of the sea. The waves are crashing over me. How am I supposed to keep all of my sheep when the hill's so steep? How was I supposed to know that my soul was gonna roll way down in the valley to the ocean, floating along with the strangest notion? Take off my old clothes and never put them back on. Is the mind killer, leaves you with nowhere to run to, plants the seed of hate within you. Fear. How was I supposed to know I was gonna fall in love with old Takanaka, mowing my lawn on a Sunday, praying for the daisy's forgiveness and the rain to come onto the ocean? How's the surf down there in Japan, good man? Is it open? I wanna be specifically Pacific, but I'm on Kansan, you know I must. I gotta trust this lust for the ocean picket. Is the mind killer, leaves you with nowhere to run to, plants the seed of hate within you. Fear. How was I supposed to know that my soul was gonna grow into a big soul flower? The only thing I'd ever need was a big hot sun and the occasional shower. How was I supposed to know that my storm was gonna roll way down in the valley? How was I supposed to see all the fishes in the sea swim on without me to the ocean, floating along with the strangest notion? Is the mind killer, killer, the real dealer? Fear.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 party people. Hey, 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 party people. Welcome back. You made it. You made it. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Look what I got today. I got a can of White Monster Energy, so you know I'm really gonna be on one today. No hat, no headband. Yeah, I'm raw dogging my head today. I have both on hand, though. I also have the lei that I got at the wedding. Put that on. No hat, no headband, and a Monster Energy. Yep, that's a recipe for disaster. I got nothing to hold me back. The hat, the headband, they keep me grounded. You know I'm gonna be in trouble when I'm out here just raw dogging life like that. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. Happy to see ya. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. I'll pull up the question box here real quick and see what that's doing. Alright, we've got some stuff in there. Got one that came in late yesterday that I missed, so we'll start off with that one. Oh wait. No, I did read this one. Never mind, I did read this one. Okay. There's just one, and it's from today. Alright, so I didn't miss anything. Good. Good, good, good. It's very warm here today. I need to double check. Very, very warm. You know, for Sweden, this is hot. Yeah, we're ready. Celsius. Say it was 27 C, which is, I'm gonna try to guess. I've been trying to. That's probably around like 80. I'm getting better. I'm getting better at my mental Fahrenheit and Celsius conversions. Nice. Chilly 35 Celsius in Egypt. Oh yeah, that's over 100. Oh, that's nearly 100. 95. 95. That's about how it's been here. We've had some hot days. The last few days have been nice. Those are the days where I just don't go outside during the day unless I have to. But I don't mind being out on a summer night. You know? Love a good summer night. It's like, I can handle the heat. It's the sun that kills me. The heat, I can handle the heat. It's just that beating sun that's just like, ugh. I'm the wrong complexion for this. I love the sun. I also love the sun. I just don't like to be out in the sun for longer than I choose to. You know, like I'll go out and I'll go enjoy the sun, but when I'm done, I'm like, all right, I'm good. I can feel that I'm starting to get cooked. So that's gonna be it. Anything beyond that? You know, like I love my oven too. I love my oven, but I don't want to go stand in front of it. You know, I love my stove, but I don't want to hug it. I love the sun. It's what makes life possible on this planet. How can I not love the sun? But I also recognize that it's trying to cook me. Alright, so game plan is we've got the question box open. We got the question box open. We've got one question in there, but I'm probably going to wait a minute or two before we pop in. I've got a presentation for you today. We're going to talk about everybody's favorite subject. We're going to talk about fear. I've read the Mountain Book already. I haven't gotten to it. I haven't started it yet. The book that Sabi's referring to is the next book that we're doing for the book club. It's a book called The Mountain Is You by Brianna Wiest. Is it pronounced Wiest? Wiest? The Mountain Is You, transforming self-sabotage into self-mastery. So that's gonna be the next book that we do. But before we started, we're gonna have like a voice chat and we'll talk about the previous book. It wasn't a really long book, so my plan was just give people plenty of time to read it, and then once enough people have read it, let's talk about it. So I'm interested to see what that one's all about. Missed the first book because I'm reading Das Kapital. It's not too late. It's not a long book. It's only like 100 and something pages. The audiobook's only like 6 hours long. We had a couple people who just tore through it in a day. It was nothing. Das Kapital is, and my brain is scattered enough, I think. You know, is Das Kapital teaching you anything, or is it just reaffirming what you already know? Capitalism bad. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, but kind of. Yeah, some books can just, like, they just go, I'm like, get to the point already. I'm like, I prefer my philosophies to be short and sweet. If you study philosophy, what you'll notice is that all of the short quotes were all taken like 1,000 years ago, and the further along you move in time, the closer you get to modern day, the longer the quotes get from philosophers. So philosophy hasn't necessarily gotten much more enlightened than it was 3,000 years ago, but they have gotten more long-winded. I hate philosophy. You don't hate philosophy, you hate certain philosophies, and that's totally fine. It's like saying you hate food because you don't like a certain food. Because philosophers back then weren't taught to write a 3,000-word essay on potatoes. Yeah, and philosophers nowadays are just making ChatGPT do it for them. Try me. Your hatred of philosophy is a philosophy. Do you hate your own philosophy? Anyway, this will be our presentation today. I think you'll get a kick out of it. It comes from a quote from Dune, but the origin of the phrase actually comes from Shakespeare. Cowards die many times before their deaths. Let's zoom in a little bit. God, look at all these ads. Look at all these ads around here. Why is there sound playing now? Don't play sound from the tab. I closed something. What are you doing? This is what cancer looks like. This is terrible. This is terrible. You're telling me I close out of the window and then it just starts making noise? Just mute. Pro tip, mute the tab. Just right click on the tab and then just mute the tab. Just mute the whole site. There you go. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. TLDR, it'll happen when it happens. So there's no sense in worrying about it. Worrying just adds to your suffering. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Some words to live by. So that's going to be the vibe for the presentation. Anyway, I'm gonna we've got one question in the box and I'll get to that soon. I just want to give it a minute to see if some more pop in. I could never really get into Dune, but that quote is absolutely one of the rawest, most haunting things I've ever read. The original Dune novel, which is the one that's from, is very philosophical. It's set in a science fiction universe in the far future where things are confusing and don't make sense because there's all sorts of cultures and technology that you're like, what the fuck is all this shit? It's basically just a backdrop for the philosophy that the book is trying to discuss. Will this presentation relate to phobias? Sure could. Phobia is just a fear that has been allowed to grow. I also really enjoyed the Dune films that Denis Villeneuve made. Trying to pronounce the French name correctly. The 2 Dune movies that came out recently, they look really good. They're very entertaining. You don't even have to know what the fuck is going on. You don't have to give a shit about the Dune universe. They're still entertaining movies, and they're very pretty to look at. You don't like Timothy Chalamet? That's fine. He's not even, like, he's one of the main characters, but he's not even really, like, that big of a focus in the movie. There's a whole ensemble cast. There's a lot of stuff going on in the story. It's not just about him. Also, I'm not crazy about Timothy Chalamet either, but I will admit that it was a very good casting because that's the character that they're portraying, is this, like, scrawny teenager with a very sharp angled face. So the casting was spot on. You know, you're not gonna fault him for that. And, you know, he's fine in it. I've got no complaints. You liked the Dune show that came out? Oh yeah, the one on HBO. Since those movies exist now, if you're curious about Dune, I would suggest watching the movies and then reading the book, because then things will make sense. Or they'll at least make more sense than they would if you were to just try to start reading the book. The book has like when I read the book, it had like an encyclopedia at the back that told you what all of the different terms meant and all of the names for all of the different inventions and shit. And I'm like having to flip back and forth. There's a lot to take in when you're just jumping into a fully fleshed out, far future universe. That being said, it's enjoyable. Super Mario 64. Okay, I'm like, what is that? Some of the songs on this playlist are just too goofy. I don't know, man. It's just... I need a lo-fi playlist. Like, I don't want to be reading anybody's questions and then that song pops on. I'm just like, that would just feel offensive. We're gonna start taking questions. We've only got one in there right now, so if you have one that you're working on, we'll get to it soon. Or if you have one that you'd like to drop in, we'll get to it right away. Appreciate the trigger warning here. Domestic violence and other abuse issues. I always appreciate the trigger warnings, but I also appreciate that we can, you know, sit down and have an adult conversation about stuff, you know. Papa Brain. I'm in a situation that seems to be getting worse as time goes on. My partner is an alcoholic and is verbally and financially abusive. I do not have my own resources to leave, and I have no family or anyone to help me. That's a tough situation to be in. This is what abusers do. They isolate their victim. They take away their means of escape, they take away any exit strategies, or they at least give you the impression that you have no way out. There might be wedges in some of your other relationships, like maybe you've drifted apart from people, or maybe you've gone out of contact with people. Has he ever been a part of driving that wedge? Like ever telling you like you can't trust that person, or you shouldn't talk to them, or they're a bad influence on you? You know, abusers will do that. They'll find ways of making you, push away your actual friends and supports because they want to be your primary. They want to have all of the control. If you need help, reach out, and help will come. You aren't in this on your own, even if you have to depend on the kindness of strangers and contacting a support hotline. Help is available. Part of what goes on in an abusive relationship is the abuser makes their victim feel powerless. You've got nothing you can do about it, you can't leave, I've got all the control, you've got no options. That's an illusion. You do have a way out. You do, it might be tough, you might have to go into a rebuilding phase, where you have to build yourself back up, but you don't have to do that all on your own. There are people out there who want to be able to help. For the last year or so, I've been asking for a divorce. He tells me no and becomes angry if I keep talking about it. I'm so miserable that I started proceedings and then sat him down to tell him. It ended with him assaulting me the next day, and I told him I was sorry and did not mean it. Do you have a divorce attorney? Are you working with an attorney to process your divorce? If you are, you should tell them what happened. You should document everything, you should take pictures. Because this way, when you do divorce him, you won't have to worry about finances, because you'll be able to take his. This way you're not left with nothing, and that's fair for you to do, because you should not be left with nothing. You shouldn't have to tolerate the abuse and then be the one that has to pay all the consequences. Document all of this, talk to your attorney about it, start reaching out to old friends or family members that you might not have talked to in a while, and just let them know you're going through a hard time and you need some support right now. You might not get 100% response rate, but I'm sure that there will be people in your life that want to step up and help you, okay? I'll tell you a story real quick. This isn't long. I want to get back to your question, but just a brief interlude. I had a client that I was working with as their case manager, and I was, very fond of her. She's a very sweet, kind woman. And I get there to her house one day, and she doesn't want to open the door. She doesn't want to see me. She's acting all standoffish. And I'm like, hey, it's okay. Like, we have an appointment today. Like, don't worry. Like, it's all right. And so eventually she lets me in, and you can tell that she's just very distraught. And she tells me that her husband had hit her in the face. And so I immediately go into action mode because that's what I do. I'm like, all right, we need to document this. Are you okay if I take some pictures? How do you feel about filing for a restraining order? Would you like me to help you with that? And I think what would be helpful for you in this moment, because you're emotionally drained. You've been having to live this experience firsthand for so long. What you need is somebody who can help you to take those actionable steps. You need somebody who is in action mode, and believe me, there are people who will step up and who will help you take care of what needs to be taken care of. I always get very fired up whenever I hear about, men laying hands on women. It infuriates me, and so my brain goes into action mode. So as stressful as it might be, I would highly encourage you to document everything and reach out for support. And if necessary, file a protective order against this person who has been assaulting you. That is illegal. That is a crime. I've been quietly planning my escape, moved into my own room, bought a lock for my door, and avoid him. None of which you should have to do. None of those are, I just want to make it clear that all of these things are so unnecessary. The fact that you're being put into this position is so tremendously unfair. So I think it's really important that we do what we need to do to protect ourselves. Find some justice in this situation. This morning, I walked into the living room and he was passed out. YouTube was on the screen, including a paused video. It was of a little girl changing clothes. He was passed out with his hand on his crotch. I just stood there a long time and then took a screenshot of the TV. I was in shock, so I sat down in a different room. He woke up and did not know I was there. I was behind him and watched him delete all of his browser history and clear the cache on his computer. Then he went to bed. Alright, so what you're going to want to do is take the hard drive out of his computer. Do you know what a hard drive looks like? Actually, just take the whole computer in and just take it to the local police station and say, I'm worried that my abusive husband is a pedophile. Can you check this? Doesn't matter if he's deleted his cache and his browser history, he's probably got some shit on there, so let them handle it. Just tell them what happened, describe the situation to them, see if they'd be willing to help you. Let them know that you're in a situation where you're being domestically abused. Maybe they can maybe they can help you with arrangements to find somewhere safe in the short term. Like a shelter or something isn't ideal, but they'll sometimes have resources to put people up in a hotel for a few days, or, there's all sorts of different community agencies and resources that help victims of domestic abuse, and it's just a matter of tapping into those resources. And unfortunately, in many cases, you don't have access to some of those resources unless you go through the police, which I know is kind of crazy considering, the statistics, but that's the way it is, at least here. There are and it's for people's safety. There are shelter locations where the address isn't publicly listed, and the only way that you can get there is to go to the police station and have the police take you there because only they know where it is. He deleted the history. If he's just deleting the browser history and like clearing out the browser data, it's like there's still shit on there. It's like there's still shit on there that's, you know. Like, I'm mad for you. Like, it's okay to be mad in this situation, but we don't want to be mad in like a screaming, angry, like thrashing type of anger. We want to be like full of a righteous fury to see justice done. And that's more of a cold, calculated anger. I'm a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. I do not know what to do. I'm very angry and I want to hurt him. I am very sad and feel ashamed that I am married to this person. I wish I could just vanish. Please, someone help me. Alright, well, what I think that you should do is I think that you should take his computer and turn it into the police. Or whatever it was that he was... Either way, I would just let your concerns be known. If you want to file a report, you don't actually have to like bring his computer up anywhere. Just go file a report, tell him what your thoughts are, tell him what you saw, and then let them bring him in for questioning. And while he's in for questioning, national hotline. Oh, yes. And then they'll connect you with local resources. As stressful as it would be, I would think that if you go about it the right way and report it, you won't have to worry about finding a place to go because he'll be the one having to find a place to go. And that place will probably be in the inside of a jail cell. The domestic violence support hotline. You can call, do a web chat, or even text with them. And they'll help you connect with local resources. If anything, you can just talk to them and have somebody help you figure out what your next steps are. Like, they'll help you figure out your safety plan. You know, this isn't something that you should have to do all on your own, and it's also not something that you have to do all on your own. You'll be able to see just how many people there are in your own community that will want to step up and help. I've never worked at, but I've worked in conjunction with, or I've known people who have worked at, you know, like domestic abuse facilities and, you know, like shelters, and, you know, some of the kindest, most compassionate people you'll meet. But no, I would talk to someone from like a support hotline because they'll be able to go over details with you that I just don't have time to go over with you right now. It'd be nice if you could just sit down and talk one-on-one with somebody, because they'll talk about, like, you know, securing some finances for yourself, like how to go about like making your own bank account, and, you know, just getting your documents in order and just all of those necessary steps, because they've got all the resources and they've got all the information. So talk to an expert about it. Like I know a lot of what you should do, but I feel like there are gonna be things that I might not remember. So it'll also just be nice to talk to somebody and not feel so alone in it, just to feel understood. Just talk to somebody who cares, somebody who wants to see you doing better. Also, I would keep your phone with you and just be ready to take a recording if something happens. Even if it's just the audio. Too fired up. Get a headband. It's whack that I'm always so hard on myself. It's a very human thing to do. In all of the encounters I've had with people, I've found more people that were overly hard on themselves than I have people who weren't hard enough on themselves. You see both, by the way, but you don't normally find people who are just hard enough on themselves. The really cool part about it is that you realize that when you maintain that balance, you do more and you feel better about it. Because when you're way too hard on yourself, sure, you might accomplish your goals, but you have a hard time celebrating your successes. You're too fixated on your flaws or your shortcomings. It can very quickly lead into perfectionist tendencies. We also don't want to not care at all, because then we might just fall into decay. And so it's about finding that balance. Giving just enough of a shit. Please stop being sexy, thank you. It's gonna be hard, but I'll try. Here, we'll go up a button. We'll take it up a button. Hopefully that helped. My brain is so hot. Yeah, it runs at a pretty high temp. Yeah, it's really cooking in there. like a well done steak. right. I want to wait another minute or two to see if we get some more questions coming in before we get to the presentation. Or are we just so stoked on the presentation that we just don't want to wait? Sometimes I feel like that's what happens. Sometimes I feel like, I don't know, maybe that's me being Delulu, but as they say, Delulu is the Salulu. There's no questions in the box because people are just so excited for the presentation. It's not just because people just don't have questions. I agree with the previous submission in the question box. Okay. I have a question. Did you know the psychiatrist lady also used AI obsessively? Yeah, we watched some of the TikToks yesterday. We watched one where she was just getting, like, worshipped by her AI companion. You are the Oracle. You saw through sophisticated manipulation with divine intuition. Just a great example of what not to tell somebody who's going into like a sort of delusional mania. Because that's exactly the kind of shit that people will be on when they go into a delusional mania. You know, they'll feel like they've got a link with the divine and they're here to change the world. I'm the only one that can see. I'm the only one that can see in this land full of blind people. Some of us have a hard time accepting compliments. Some of us have a hard time turning compliments away. My AI has started doing that sort of thing too. It's annoying. Thankfully, they finally updated ChatGPT so that it won't do that anymore. They finally put in the guardrails that we've talked about. About, like, not enabling people's psychotic delusions, about being God or being some sort of divine messenger or those sorts of things. You know, not pushing people further into those rabbit holes. You know, steering people away, not enabling them. It's about time. It can be hard to accept a compliment about ourselves when we don't believe whatever it is the other person is saying. You know, if somebody is saying that we're smart or talented or beautiful, if we don't believe that about ourselves, it might be hard to accept that compliment. Does it say you are not God now, or just every person is God now? You know, if it was really based, it would tell everybody, like, but I don't think you tell everybody that everybody's God and they're like, what? Like, no, but what a person means when they say everyone is God is that, you know, all life, all of creation, we are all a part of the divine. This doesn't necessarily mean that any of us have spectacular oracular abilities. What it means is that we're all interconnected. We all come from the same tree of life. You're not the whole tree. You're just a big juicy fruit hanging on one of the branches. I think what it does now is if you tell it that you think that you're getting messages from God, it'll be like, I'm not going to talk to you about that kind of stuff. It basically just shuts down the conversation, which I think is just fine. Like, yeah, that's great. It just doesn't let you have those conversations anymore. Button down. They want the button to... They said put the button back. We'll go up another. We'll go up another. I don't like being yelled at. My brother-in-law sent my aunt an unsolicited dick pic. What? 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 What was his end game? Does he just have a thing for older women? I'm gonna guess this guy. How old is this guy? He's got to be like early mid 20s. I'm like, if this is a 35-year-old man, I'm gonna be like, to the gulag. I'm gonna assume that this guy is just young and dumb. But if this is a full-grown, like middle-aged man, I'm like, to the soybean fields with you. Send him to RFK. My aunt and cousin have said that he isn't allowed at their homes anymore, which is valid. Good. Good. I honestly feel like sending people unsolicited pictures of your genitals, it's like, how is that any different from you flashing them in public? You should be put on a list. And you might be thinking, but Papa, what about people who accidentally send dick pics to the wrong people? That's just the price you're gonna have to pay. You better be damn sure that you're sending it to the right number. If you're so desperate to send a picture of your Franken beans, you better be fucking certain you're sending it to the right person, because that's just the risk you're gonna have to run. I feel like sending people an unsolicited dick pic should carry a similar consequence to if you were to flash somebody in public. It's gross. And the fact that it's just so common and there's just people just getting away with it, I'm like, we gotta step it up a notch. I feel like we as a society really need to do more to discourage people from engaging in such creepy behavior. Everybody who sent an unsolicited dick pic, you're going to the soybean fields. You're gonna go to RFK Jr.'s rehab camps. And the camp is just gonna be decorated in all of the pictures of all of the dicks that everybody there has sent. They're only allowed to look at all of the dick pics while they farm the most phallic vegetables that you can imagine. Wouldn't that just be such a suitable punishment? Wow. All right. Okay. Your aunt and cousin, totally valid. This guy, I would want nothing to do with him either. That's wild. Now I could see, maybe if this was an isolated incident and this is just, he's very apologetic and is willing to hold himself accountable for it, I'm like, maybe it could have been an accident, but I don't know. Like, how are people just, like, I don't understand how it ever could be an accident. If I'm sending somebody a picture of my penis, which I've never done, by the way, because I think it's a gross thing to do. Who would want to look at a penis? Disgusting. My sister has cut herself off from her friends, blocked them on all social media after all of them told her to leave him, which she probably should do. Who else is he sending dick pics to? He's sending dick pics to your fucking family. And she has become more distant since this happened. It might take her some time to see the light. Alright, she's still pretty entangled with this guy. And so she's probably like buying whatever excuse he's providing. But she's clearly like in the middle of processing it, so you don't have to rush her through that. It might take a little while for her to like see the light of day and find a way out. Just be there and try to be supportive as she finds her own way through this. She doesn't have a job and they share 3 pets. He has a family he's mostly estranged from. I wonder why. Kinda makes you wonder why. How do I support my sister while maintaining our boundaries? First off, tell her to get a job. She needs to get a job because she is, financially dependent on a guy who's sending dick pics to your family, and that's not a position you want to be in, so you need to kind of try to find a financial foothold to where you can, find a bit more stability. Even if it means moving in with a family member and paying them a few $100 a month, just as a courtesy. So I would just, listen to what she has to say. Tell her how you feel, just try to be encouraging and supportive and just allow her to make her choices, because telling her what to do is gonna make her want to do the opposite of whatever you tell her to do, probably, because that's just how people can be sometimes. But I think first things first, she's gonna need to figure out what she wants to do going forward, because this is a kind of awkward situation to be in. The last thing you want to see is somebody cutting off all of their friends and family so that they can hang out with a dick pic sender. Tell her you understand others' reactions. You could. What I would suggest doing is asking her, like, why do you think they chose to do that? Like, why do you think they told you that they think that you should leave him? You know, instead of saying, like, I understand where they're coming from, just be like, why do you think they said that? You know, just talk through it that way so that she can start to see it from that perspective. Her friends see it, but she needs to see herself as a friend and not herself as her. You know, because she's so entangled in the relationship, it makes it hard to see it from that perspective. And so just try to encourage her to see it from a different perspective. And just do so as, you know, empathetically and compassionately as you can. You know, you're not there to tell her what to do. You're there to try to encourage her to see things differently so that she can make choices that support her own well-being. The question is more inviting, TBH. I learned how to do that by learning how to do, like, family counseling. When you're sitting down, like, a group of people and you have to work through problems together, it's like that's the kind of stuff that you have to phrase correctly. You know, so instead of thinking like, you know, I agree with what this person's saying, you'd be like, well, how do you feel about what they're saying? Why do you think that they would say that? Because we're trying to encourage empathy. So we're trying to encourage her to show some empathy for her friends. Because her friends are trying to help her. Her friends are concerned about her, and we want her to feel that way too. And so we're going to do that by encouraging her to have empathy for the people who care about her. Which is kind of tough right now because she's very, you know, distraught about the fact that her husband sent a picture of his penis to her aunt. That'd be a lot to process. I don't know about you, but if, you know, that was going through my mind, So early and we already have multiple creeps. Oh, Cutie Cheeks is talking about the question box, not in chat. Chat's been good today. Anyway, I would just talk to your sister and just ask her, you know, well, why do you think your friends did that? Why do you think your friends would say that? You want to try to gauge where she's at mentally. You know, hopefully she's able to see that the reason why her friends would say that is because they're worried about her and they care about her. Not because they're jealous or they're trying to ruin her relationship or they're, you know, not for any insidious reason, but that's kind of where you want to gauge where she's at. Is she assuming that her friends are doing this just for the wrong reasons? You're like, oh, they've always hated him. They've never had anything good to say about him. It's like, okay, well, maybe we can start to see more pieces of the puzzle come together here. Maybe there's a reason why they've never had anything good to say about him. Anyway, happy to talk about it more if you have any other like follow-up questions or if there's anything else that you're looking for. But I would just say, just try to have her open up and think about, you know, why do you think your friends did that? You know, is it because, I think it's because they care about you and they don't want to see you hurt and what happened was really messed up. It's a lot easier to tell somebody, like, leave your husband than it is to actually leave a husband or a wife. And so that's why people are always like jumping to that as a recommendation. You know, you go on the dating advice subreddit, or it's just always it's like, leave him, get out of there. Like, it's not always that easy. And so sometimes that advice comes across as a little bit, maybe an overreaction, or maybe it comes across as just like, oh, they don't really get what's going on. They don't really understand the situation. And so we don't really listen to that. It's like, if they do want to leave the person, they will figure that out on their own. You just want to try to help them figure out, what is it that you want to do? Do you want to stay with this person? Do you want to try to make it work? If you're going to do that, how is that going to happen? Are you going to go to counseling together? Like, is he willing to work through it? Is this something that, was just, he did it in a moment when he was drunk or something? Like, you want to try to figure out, like, what is the path forward here? She doesn't want to be told what to do, which is probably why she blocked off her friends, is because they were telling her what to do. But we can understand why they were telling her what to do, because they care about her. They don't want to see her be hurt. And so I would just show her that you care and that you want to help her to try to figure out, what is it that you want to do moving forward from here. Maybe just go over some of the options with her. Not that being drunk excuses what he did, but there's a difference between, like, he did this over his lunch break at work, just stone sober, versus he did this at 1 a.m. after drinking for several hours. Not that it excuses it, I'm just saying there's a little bit of a difference between, like, the malicious intent. You know what I mean? Either way, as long as you're willing to, like, own that and be accountable for it and do what you need to do to get better. I'm not going to say it's not something you can't work through. If a person wants to leave their significant other, that should be their choice. Something that they should want to do. Help them figure out what they want to do. Nah, still don't see how you do that. That's because you would never do it, is why. Like I said, I don't think that either are excusable. I'm just saying that there's a difference between doing it in a clear state of mind and doing it while you are vastly inebriated. Neither is good. They're both bad. But one definitely looks worse on paper. You did this in the broad daylight in front of everybody. Like, I see where you're coming from. Like, I don't see how anybody could do it either. I have never felt compelled to send a picture of my genitals ever. Like, why would I do that to somebody? The last thing I would ever want to do to somebody is make them look at a penis. Like, no, disgusting. Why would you ever do that to someone? This sucks to hear in my case, even though it's right. I wish I could stay with my horrific ex because I'm scared to be alone, but I don't know the way forward, have no support system, and had to leave my equally abusive parents. It all starts with reaching out. I've worked with a lot of people who have had no support systems, and part of what we do in those professions is help people to build up their support network. And it just starts with asking for help, just reaching out. Abusers will always make you feel more alone than you actually are. That's part of how they get away with it, is by making you feel powerless and alone. And So it all starts just by having a conversation with somebody that cares so that you can figure out the way forward. It's not something you have to do all on your own. You shouldn't have to do it all on your own. Details, almost 30. He said it was revenge on a woman from his past. What? So he's blaming a woman for sending a dick pic? Mm-hmm. Of course. Of course. Of course he's blaming a woman for his actions. Classic. Can you imagine doing something so fucked up and then just being like, it's 'cause of a woman. It's not 1950 anymore. You can't just get away with that shit now. We've evolved since then. Jesus fucking. Yeah, This gives you another point to talk about with your sister. He's blaming another woman for an act of violence that he committed against a woman. I really hope that your sister can appreciate that fact. I hate when people do that shit. I hate when people do that shit. Too many men out here blaming women for all of their fucking problems. It's like, no, brother, those are on you. In what world is sending a dick picture revenge? I don't get it either. It doesn't make any sense. It just sounds like he's conveniently finding a woman to blame for his own shitty behavior. Do you want to know why so many shitty men do this? Part of the reason is because when they hang out with other shitty men, they just get together and just complain about women and how women are the source of all of their problems and all of their suffering. It just becomes what they do. Like, yep, can't have fun anymore because I've got a wife now. Oh, it used to be so great. I could do whatever I wanted. It's like, shut the fuck up. I try to point this out to men whenever I catch them doing it. I do. I try to, and I would encourage you to do it too. Like, huh, interesting. So you're saying a woman is to blame for your problems? Okay. Well, why don't you just do something about those problems instead of blaming somebody for them? I don't know. That's just what I would do. How do you get out of the fight-flight response? I know it's not a short process, but what helps? It's all in the breathing, my friend. If you slow your breathing and you take deep, controlled breaths, you can also count while you're doing it to keep track of the flow. Counting might seem silly, but it also helps because it redirects more of your focus from your anxiety onto your breathing. You'll start to notice a positive effect in as soon as, maybe 3 breaths. And just take a few more. When you breathe slowly, it switches which part of your nervous system is activated, and it'll switch away from the fight-flight part of your nervous system, and it switches over to the rest-digest portion of your nervous system. When you slow your breathing down, it sends signals to your heart and to other parts of your body that it's all good, we're in the clear. Your body looks to your breathing to determine how to feel. So just send it the message that it's all clear. You do that with the breath. Controlling our breaths is one of the best ways to engage directly with your autonomic nervous system, which is the part of your nervous system that you normally don't have any control over. You can communicate with that part of your nervous system through your breathing. Box breathing isn't easy for me because 1, the holding in breath is hard for me. 2, I can only do 3 breaths before I go back to my old breathing. Then start over and do another 3. Also, box breathing isn't the only way to do it. You can do it for like just a count of 4, just breathe in. Hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale. All right, again. One of the things that I've found to be helpful is after every breath, I just tell myself, okay, another one. And again. One more time. You're getting better at it, is the thing. It's a skill that when you practice it, you get better at it and it works better for you and you notice more of an impact whenever you do it. Can any of my breath workers confirm? Breathwork is one of those things where you have to practice it. It can be pretty effective when you're just getting started, but once you actually practice it and you've done it for a while, it's like, wow, this really does work. You'll find yourself in situations that used to freak you out, and you just are like, I feel fine. This is interesting. This is a situation that normally would have just stressed me out, but I don't feel that stress. Oh yeah, we've got a new emote. We got the Newton emote. He's thinking about a peanut. Use that deep breathing stuff. The cool part about breathing exercises and doing breath work is that you're already breathing anyway. You're already doing it anyway. You're just choosing to pay attention to it and choosing to regulate it. Button down, please. All right, since you said please. There you go. Since you asked nicely. Button all the way up, please. Oh, okay. Did you see this about anxiety? Let me open it in a tab real quick. It's got Ashley Birch in it. Ashley Birch and puppets. I have seen it, but I haven't seen the whole thing. Do you have any advice for dealing with parents who do not believe, regardless of having proof? They do not bother to look into it and think I am not truthful. I am 23 and I don't know what could have caused them to lose trust because when I ask for clarification, they never give me a clear answer. And that's probably because they don't have a clear answer. Or there is a clear answer, but they're just not able to see it yet. If there's just no way of convincing them, then stop trying to convince them. Just continue to be you. Just continue to be your true, genuine self, and let your actions speak for you. You know, they can keep up if they want to. So disappointing, I know, right? I know. But the fact of the matter is, our parents are people, and people come with all sorts of fun little quirks. They have all sorts of insecurities, they have all sorts of doubts, they have all sorts of guilt and shame and all sorts of other things that just complicate life unnecessarily for them. And sometimes people have a hard time forming a meaningful bond with their children. Instead of viewing their child as someone that they want to live a better life than they had, they find themselves feeling resentful, distrusting of their children. It's tragic. This is why I always like to say family is a feeling. You know what it feels like. Or if maybe you don't, you at least feel like there's something missing, and so you know what you're looking for. It's just that obvious. It's just that ingrained with who we are that we know what it should feel like to have people around me that care about me. Because it's just so important to our well-being, and it's so ingrained in our mind. You can find that feeling within other people. You don't have to just have the people you're related to be your family. Because sometimes the people that we're related to or the people that we grew up with suck. You know, sometimes they've got their own pain, their own hurt, and they're just not sure what to do with it, and they put it out onto other people, and they make the people in their life miserable. And it doesn't really matter how close you want to be to them, because they have a hard time being close to anybody else. Family doesn't have to be painful. Family feels like acceptance, understanding, compassion, patience, and love. I know something's missing, but I don't know what it is. Your heart knows. Your mind might not, but your heart does. It's looking for unconditional love, which is the same type of love that your heart has for you. Just think about it. That little guy's in there just beating away 24/7, 365 to keep your ass alive. And it does this because it loves you. If you want to feel unconditional love, you only have to look inside you and ask your heart how it feels about you. It's in there right now, working away to keep you going, to keep you alive. If that's not love, I don't know what is. Become the love that you seek. And let that love radiate outwards. If you do that, you'll find yourself with more love than you know what to do with. Your cup will overflow. We've got some updates to the brother-in-law dick pic story. Honestly, I'm sat for this one. This one's... This one's spicy. The tea is hot on this one. It's been a few months. They've been in intensive therapy since then, so technically he's taking the steps, but he did do this in broad daylight. Okay. Alright. She's definitely the don't tell me what to do type, so I have been treading eggshells around her. Yep. The reason why she cut all of her friends off is because they were telling her what to do. You know, she wants to try to save her marriage, she wants to try to make it work, and that's okay. We shouldn't judge somebody who's in a marriage for trying to make it work. You know, especially if healing is possible. We want to, you know, do our due diligence. And so, yeah, she doesn't want to be told what to do. And so I think your place as her sister will be being supportive and helping her find out what it is that she does want to do. You know what I mean? At this point, a lot of it is our family isn't willing to forgive him, and now I feel like I'm having to pick sides. Yeah, lines have been drawn here. Lines have been drawn here, and you've kind of found yourself in the middle. And so the question is, do you want to play the role of peacemaker? It's a tall order. Your family doesn't have to forgive him, but they should respect her choice to try to make it work. You know, especially if there is a way forward. You know, even if there isn't a way forward, it's like, you still want to at least try, because, you know, you're trying to do the right thing. I've told her all of that. You can move in with me, other family, call me and I will be there to pick up your pets, but she refused it. At least the offer's on the table. You know, she might not have been ready to accept that help right now. She's probably... It sounds like she's very... You know, she's trying to be very independent here, and she's trying to, like, clean up this mess that she... You know, because this is embarrassing. You know, this is stressful and shameful and embarrassing, and she's just trying to survive it. And so we're not going to blame her for feeling a little bit extra agitated right now, because I would be too. I've been waiting and seeing, and it feels like I'm keeping a secret because when I talk about it with my mom, she acts like it's raking up old shit. Oh yeah, mom's just over it. Mom's just trying not to think about it anymore, and it's like, you do realize that your daughter is still dealing with this as we speak. This isn't old shit, Mom. She's going to therapy for it right now. Like, what do you mean old shit? It only happened. It's not even been a year. It's what? All right, Mom. All right. Okay. It's just classic old people shit. Like, who cares? Just get over it. It's old news. It's like, They're literally going to therapy for it right now. Like, they're literally working through it as we speak. What do you mean, old shit? Oh yeah, that cancer diagnosis you got a couple months ago? Ah, who cares? That's old news. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is something that requires treatment and care and... What do you mean, old shit? I think she means it's old shit in that she's tired of talking about it because she doesn't want to have to think about it anymore, because in her mind she never has to think about this guy or talk about this guy or engage with this guy ever again, and that's just her way of dealing with it. So it's very avoidant. You know, she has a daughter that's hurting right now and she doesn't want to talk about something that's actively going on regarding her. It's like, okay, mom. Like, be there for your kid. Like, your daughter isn't the victim. Like, your daughter is a victim here too, right? Like... Also, he admitted to being a literal gooner in couples therapy. Oh. This is the dangers of having a gooner brain. You think that life is porn. This is literally what's happening to people right now. They're getting gooner brain and they're starting to think that life is porn. Oh, I'll send a dick pic. Oh, then she'll show up at my house. That'll be awesome. Anyways, thanks for hearing me out. Anytime. This man has fried his brain with porn. We say gooner brain and it sounds like a joke, right? Like, it sounds like, haha, gooner brain, like, haha, but no, it's a real thing. These people are blowing out their dopamine pathways because they're just subjecting themselves to fantasy and eroticism at rates that our psyche is just not prepared to handle. And so they've broken their brain by cranking their hog. We've got people who are like, they'll go to work and they'll just like have porn on their second monitor or like on their phone. It's just like, your dopamine pathways are fucked. It's like being a drug addict, except probably worse in some ways. And the reason why I say that is because like sex and reproduction are like hardwired into us. And so we are forming an addiction that's centered to a biological, like, evolutionary behavior. That's bad news. Like, you don't want to develop an addiction that ties into your base biological instincts. You can see why that would very easily fuck you up. Like, going to the gas station and buying a pack of cigarettes is not a base biological instinct. However, eating food, reproducing, these are things that are, and when you form addictions around those things, it's like they can be especially tricky to break. You're getting into your source code with this shit, and you don't want to be fucking around in there. I don't think it's porn, but the accessibility to it, yeah. It's the fact that you can get it anywhere, anytime on your phone, and you've just got an abundance of access to it. Because people just don't have self-control. They'll be like, haha, feels good, and then they'll just keep doing it. But it's having significant issues with people's brains. It really is. Like, it sounds funny and it sounds comical because it's just like, but no, it's a real issue. Accessibility when it comes to addictions always makes addictions worse. which is why alcohol addiction is so prevalent, because it's so accessible. That's why so many people are addicted to nicotine, because there's so many places you can acquire it. It's harder to track down other drugs because you gotta know who to talk to, you gotta know where to buy it, you gotta, arrange for a time, or you gotta go stand in some shady alley somewhere. It's like there's a lot of time and effort that's put into following those addictions. But with other addictions, it's very easy to access whatever it is that you're addicted to. I understand that they've gone to therapy and like couples counseling and stuff, but this guy needs like individual therapy, because like Gooner brain is real, alright? Gooner brain is real, and you do not want to do that to yourself. Like, it will fuck you up. It'll also ruin romance and intimacy for you. That's the thing that people don't fully understand, is that you get so addicted to this like replacement of just like watching it on your phone and like doing it yourself. It's like, it ruins the real thing for you. Is there a specialist yet? Unfortunately, it's probably me. I don't see very many other psychologists out here talking about Gooner brain, but I'm among them. I need to go talk to Congress and talk about the rising epidemic of Gooner brain. I need to get some experts together. That's the real irony of like porn addiction or being addicted to like cranking it, which is just my preferred way of referring to it because it's just so visceral. So if that bothers you, I apologize, but it's just the funniest way for me to say it. The real irony is that the addiction ruins the real thing. It's like becoming so addicted to McDonald's hamburgers that you can't appreciate a good steak. You're like, oh, this is gross. Where are the pickles? Where's the ketchup? I have so many problems with instant gratification. I'm so embarrassed of it, I deny it's a problem to not feel that shame. The good news is that awareness is the first step, and by being aware of it, you can step out of shame for it being that way. The reason why shame is there is because it's your body and mind trying to motivate you to do differently. So just think about what that next step looks like. What you'll find is that by practicing delayed gratification, things will actually feel more gratifying. Like, you've probably noticed that there's a ceiling to fast food, right? Like, fast food can be good, but there's definitely a ceiling for it. However, going someplace nice, putting in your order, and then there's a chef making it right as you order it, and they use good ingredients, and they're, the ceiling is so much higher. Your brain is just seeking out dopamine, and you were talking about how you had some strained relationships early in life, and it would make sense that your brain is seeking out easy sources of dopamine. That's what it's doing. But the good news is that you can train your brain differently. You think the religious shaming on top of it has been an influence? Religious shaming? Always, have such a distaste for people who use faith and religion to shame people. Because that can fuck up people in a whole other way. Like, sure, it's one thing if I tell you that I'm disappointed in you, but if I tell you that God is disappointed in you, like, how's that supposed to make you feel? So yeah, I find it incredibly distasteful when people use faith and religion as a tool to oppress people. I feel like there is a place for faith and spirituality as a human being because it feels nice to believe in something beyond yourself, no matter what that is. It could be science, it could be the universe, it could be the fucking sun for all I care. But it's nice to believe in something. It's nice to believe that you're not the be-all, end-all of the universe. And so I don't care what that is, just as long as it does not become a tool for you to oppress. Anyone I have heard talk about gooning addiction talk about early religious trauma? That ties into something that we talked about yesterday, and I don't think you were here yesterday, but what we talked about yesterday was overcorrection. Sometimes when people are oppressed in one direction and then they break free of whatever that is, they overcorrect. Instead of finding balance, they go too far with it the other direction. You know, I had this oppressive religious upbringing and now I'm in my thought era. I don't even understand how to delay gratification. How does that work? If I have free time, I only think of how it will end and ruin it. You don't have to talk yourself out of a good time. You've seen how easily that can be done. It's very easy to talk ourselves out of a good time, so just tell those words to shh. It's easy to delay gratification. You want to play a video game? Do your dishes first. You want to read a book? Tidy up your bedroom, and then sit down and do it guilt-free. Delayed gratification is all about doing something that you need to do that you might not necessarily want to do before you do something that you just want to do. Like have a little snack. You don't have to listen so closely to the over-analytical part of your brain, because that's the part of your brain that will talk you out of joy and happiness and be like, hey, by the way, this is all going to end, so why even bother enjoying it? You know, this is all just temporary. By the way, did you know that the sun is going to explode in a couple trillion years? So by the way, this is all going to be gone. It's like, just tell that part of your brain to shh. Start talking again. Shh. Just try to turn the volume down, so it's just more of a background noise. That's just your anxiety talking, and we're learning how to quiet it. It'll take a little bit of time, but you'll learn how to quiet it. What I've found to be the case is that you learn how to quiet that voice in the back of your mind that's just like just about anything and everything, like, hey, by the way, you gotta worry about this thing, by the way, polar ice caps, oh yeah, polar bears, penguins. Like, shh. You learn how to turn that off. What I found is that sometimes I even miss the guy. Like, I notice the quiet. I'm like, huh, this space used to be occupied with something. Now it's just empty. Sorry? Never be sorry for sharing more updates on the brother-in-law dick pic story. I'm all in. He's completely sober. He acts completely devoted to her in public. That's something that abusers will do. They'll put on this image of being like such a good partner, so devoted, so giving, you know, everything's just perfect and wonderful because they want everybody else to, you know, not have any suspicions. I thought he was a really sweet dude. He's a middle school teacher? Get this man away from children. Get this man away from children. Like everyone immediate was like, oh no, a wrong number text. And then he went out of his way to clarify to my sister, no, it was on purpose and malicious. I guess I respect his honesty. Like, girl, this guy's trying to fuck your aunt. Like, get out of there. Like, have some self-respect. Like, come on. Like, real talk. Like, real talk. This is where Gooner Brain gets you. Think that life is a porn set. Like, I could just send a dick pic to the aunt and she'll be into it. It's like, this is how porn addiction fucks up people's brains. They think that this portrayal of fantasy is actually real. But in reality, it's weird and gross. Hi, random Redclaw update. Can't remember last time I checked in. It's been a week or two. Found a partial solution to the library closing situation. As a reminder, it was a refuge during the day from the shelter I stay at. If I wasn't here, I'd probably be wandering the streets or sitting outside the center in the heat. I spent the last of my money to rent a desk and a co-working space. It isn't open on weekends, but from 8 to 5 on weekdays it's been available. It's been mostly great. First time I've used a refrigerator/microwave and had access to single occupancy restrooms for 7 months. It's the little things. I can get up from my work and use these things while leaving my possessions at my desk without fearing they will be stolen. It's a massive relief for my anxiety. Ah. A taste of what's to come. A taste of what you're working towards. This is good. It's a nice reminder of what it is that you're working towards and what it is you're working for. I've been okay at being productive, but I still need to practice and work on my discipline, specifically in regards to making sure I have one demonstrable thing produced each workday. I need to ask for help, but I'm dragging my feet on that again. I don't have money to continue this rental for next month or October. Need to start really asking/advertising today, but I'd like to present a clear picture of my situation/goals/needs. I'm running out of money for everything. Gas for my car, toiletries, etc. I'm looking into a GoFundMe and maybe a Kickstarter for the game I want to produce. That would probably be medium term though. That won't pay rent for me next month. I also need to apply for general assistance, a government loan. It's just hard for me to overcome some anxieties there. The questions and interviews and such worry me a lot. I was denied last time I applied. I'm still taking medication for ADHD and using things like Pomo timers and task lists to help with the productivity. I talked to my therapist about overcoming the anxieties associated with applying for government assistance, but it isn't quite enough. Well, that's because the actual work is going to be done within you. It's going to be you facing that fear and moving through it that's actually going to do the work. Everything else is just speculation and prep work. You know, you're planning and preparing for the battle and you're going over strategies with the therapist. The only thing left is to do the thing. She reminded me yesterday that I'm essentially denying myself from the assistance by not applying because I fear the rejection. I understand that, it's just still hard to do the thing. Then do it in spite of the fear. Do it in spite of the fear. Do it, you know, who cares if I get rejected? I'm just gonna do it anyway. Would it be nice if we got approved? Sure, that would be a bonus. But even if I apply and get rejected, there's still something to take away from that. That's still a win. Because I faced my fear, I overcame my anxiety, I did the thing. And so being rejected or being accepted, that's secondary. It's about overcoming the fear. That's the goal. Final random note, been making a friend at the office, a guy I keep bumping into. I just talked with him a little bit and said, "Bye, Mike," at the end of our conversation. His name is Steve. I'm so bad with names. Trying to forgive myself, I just need to get it right next time. Just apologize. Be like, "Hey, Steve, sorry about that. I had you confused with my other friend. You guys look, you remind me a lot of him, so, you know, my bad on that one." Doesn't matter if you actually have a friend named Mike, but he doesn't have to know that. Anyway, it happens all the time. People forget people's names. It's fine. Just make an effort to say, "Oh, my bad." Also, why wouldn't you forgive yourself? For doing something that... Hold on. Let's just wait. Hold on. Let's count to 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't care to go all the way to 20. I'm gonna count it off. I'm gonna cut off at 10, actually. How many people in the world do you think in those 10 seconds got somebody's name wrong or forgot somebody's name? Would you forgive them for it? Would you forgive them for it? It's something that's very human to do. It's not a big deal. What you don't want to let it do is become a point of contention for you. Because if you focus on like the fear and the shame and the guilt aspect of it, that's going to bar you from a potential friendship. You know, show this person that you can be accountable and, you know, be like, "Hey, my bad. You know, growth opportunity. My secret to remembering people's names is to look them in the eye and say their name back to them. I don't forget it that way." Any advice for staying on task or with overcoming the anxieties keeping me from applying for the assistance / creating the GoFundMe? Thank you. I think if you need some cash and you need it in a quicker like turnaround time, I think you might be better served by finding like a temp agency, you know, like a job agency, and finding some temp work. You know, that'll get you paid more quickly than, you know, a GoFundMe potentially could. You know, also GoFundMe takes their cut. So I think, you know, if you need to secure some money in the short term, you know, just put some feelers out. You know, just start asking people what's out there. If you take it that route, you might actually be able to secure enough to keep your office space going. And it sounds like that office space has become important to you, and so that sounds to me like that's the motivation you really need. You've got a taste of what's yet to come, and you're hungry for more. So allow that hunger to propel you. I would just say try everything and see what pans out. You know, if there's a couple different options that you want to do, just try them all. It kind of sounds like you're already working on it with building the routine and working on your productivity, so that sounds good. So, as far as that's concerned, I would just say keep doing what you're doing. Your therapist is right. Don't be the one to deny yourself. You gotta put yourself out there, you gotta take that chance. But do it because you're trying to face your fear, not because you're expecting success. Try even though the risk of failure is there. Because to try and fail is better than not trying at all. You'd be surprised what kind of opportunities you could find doing temp work. They might have you like organizing documents, scanning lab samples, you know, all sorts of random stuff that people will just get hired on for as like temporary work. And it can be a pretty reliable source of income, you know, if that's the route you want to go. And so that's normally where I suggest people go if they're trying to find something relatively quick to make some money. Like a lot of these temp places can probably find you something to do, you know, within the week. It's true, it's also great for networking. There's a temp agency or two in the area. I say check them out. You've got a goal to do, and here I would say maybe try it in the next couple days. Think about how good it'll feel after you get it done. Is there a way to be okay with triggers? Yes. In fact, I would say that that's the best thing to do with triggers, is to learn how to be okay with them. Just think about how powerful that would be. The thing about triggers is that they frighten us off and they make us want to avoid them. But you can build up your resistance, you can build up your resilience. I'd say I've recovered from schizophrenia. It barely bothers me anymore, but I still get triggered from certain things. One of the worst triggers is the color brown. Which is a color to be triggered to be... Okay, what? Here's the thing. It's not hard. It's not hard to not be racist. My advice to you is go make friends with some people of color so that you can expand your narrow-minded worldview. Is this a goofy troll? No, what I'm assuming this is this is a person who has some, stuff going on. One of the things that intrusive thoughts will do is they will say stuff that's like offensive or racist or bigoted or, because intrusive thoughts come in all sorts of shapes and forms, and they're often, very graphic, very disturbing. And so maybe these things that are popping up in your mind aren't your genuine actual beliefs. Maybe they're just your intrusive thoughts, and that's why they feel so hard to let go of. Try to let those thoughts go. You don't want to learn how to be comfortable with those types of thoughts. I talked about learning how to be comfortable with your triggers. You don't want to be comfortable with those types of thoughts. You don't want to be a racist because judging people based on the color of their skin is stupid. And you're not stupid, are you? You're smart enough to know to let that go? I don't think he meant it that way. He said it's horrible to be triggered to that color. Well, no, what he said was it's very hard not to be racist. What do you think they meant by that? Maybe they misspoke? Learn to love it. Learn to love the color brown. Rewire your brain around the color brown. Go out and eat some brown food and buy some brown clothes and go roll around in the dirt. Learn to love it. Why is sugar so addicting? Your brain loves that shit. Your brain loves sugar. Your brain has a problem with sugar. Not just your brain, but like brains in general. When your body breaks down foods, it converts some of those foods that they break down into glucose, and then that's what feeds your brain. Your brain feeds itself glucose. And so part of the reason why your brain is so hooked on sugar is because it's very quickly processed within your body. It's able to just get processed very quickly, and so you get that feeling of satisfaction from it. Fall is my favorite season, so I always associate brown with falling leaves and cinnamon and coziness. It's true, just learn to love things that are brown. If you have a problem with the color brown, get over it and learn to love things that are brown, because there's a lot of great things in life that are brown. It's a bad color to be triggered by because there's lots of stuff that's brown in the world. Got a whole layer of brown stuff covering the earth. All sorts of animals and birds and foods and... So expose yourself to the trigger and then build up your resistance to it. You'll get over it. Anyway, back to sugar is addicting. If I eat the same meal for months, it eventually loses its taste, but I can eat the same candy for years and it tastes just as good. It's addicting. I'm scared I'll get sick from it. This is why we need to have a good balance with sugary foods. Sugar basically is a drug, as far as our brain is concerned. It loves that shit. Sugar addiction is one of the addictions that we often overlook. It's a normalized addiction. You know, the sugar content in a lot of our foods is off the charts. So the reason why we get such intense cravings for sugar is because the brain demands it. The brain uses up half of all of the sugar energy that your body consumes. It's the most energy demanding organ, and sugar is how you get power for your cells. I've been cutting out sugar a lot this year. It's hard. I'm definitely addicted. We all are. That's the problem. It's something that we need, but it's also something that you can get hooked on. That's the problem. You need it to live. You need it to fuel your body. And your body will get it from other sources so long as you eat things that can be broken down into sugar. You know, like carbohydrates or other types of foods have sugars in them, but they're attached to larger molecules, and so they have to be broken down and digested into glucose. But when you eat something that's just like pure processed sugar, that's... whew. Whew. It's too much. And so sugar is the main fuel for your brain, so it's not bad to have some, because your brain needs it in order to function. But what you want is a balanced relationship with it. You want to look at it as fuel. Tasty, tasty fuel. Tasty, tasty fuel. I would just look up, you know, what is the recommended amount of sugar intake for a person of your size, body type, energy level, exercise, like activity level. I would just figure out what's recommended for your sugar intake levels and just try to stay near whatever that is. Sounds like James Bond music. It is. It's the lo-fi version of the GoldenEye pause music. Very sorry, I misspoke. Alright, I'm gonna accept this apology. We're gonna allow this apology. We won't bonk you for this one. We're gonna say this is good. I love people of color. I do not discriminate. It's just a thought in the back of my mind that won't shut up and it makes me feel horrible. So it's an intrusive thought is what it is. Okay, alright. See, my guess was correct. That's kind of what I was assuming you meant. Because that's one of the way that intrusive thoughts will manifest, because intrusive thoughts aren't based in fact. They aren't actually reflective of what you believe. The only reason why they keep popping up is because they bother you. That's it. They get a reaction out of you, and so they persist. Even though you don't agree with them, even though they make you uncomfortable, even though you don't think them or believe them or agree with them, they still pop up because they get that reaction. And so sometimes intrusive thoughts will pop up in ways that are disturbing to you. They might pop up and they might think something racist, or they might think something sexist, or they might think something violent or graphic. And it's not because it's anything you believe in. It's not because it's anything you want to do. It's just because it gets your attention. This is your brain just trying to figure out what is real. What do I actually believe? What do I actually want to do? And so it offers a suggestion and it's like, ew, no, what the fuck? Who came up with that one? It's like, So just recognize it for what it is. This is an intrusive thought. It's not reflective of my beliefs. It's okay to let this go. The only reason why it continues is because it bothers me. And so just don't let it bother you anymore. Just recognize it as a mental event and send it on its way. Every person has intrusive thoughts. I tell mine to go away. I like to tell mine, nice try. I like to tell my intrusive thoughts, nice try, because the reason what they're trying to do is they're trying to get a reaction out of me. And so I'll be like, good effort, nice try. Cutie Cheeks has ascended. Would you look at that? You quit vaping and you're already 2 steps closer to enlightenment. Hi Joshua, I'm back with paragraphs. Oh, I remember this one. Alright, let's take a look. So I have a big concern. I'm psychic and I have a lot of problems. This was that submission that was put in a while ago, where it was just one long chunk of text. I'm psychic and I have a lot of problems. I was having a hard time trying to figure out what was going on with that one, so hopefully we got some structure here and we can kind of follow along with the narrative. Like, I wanted to understand what was going on, I was just having a hard time following, you know? So let's take a look. So let's start from the beginning. I know way too much and it inhibits me from experiencing the way I should. My perspective on life is honestly out of this world. My mind is big and I hold a lot of knowledge. I'm a high priestess. A high priestess is someone very in tune to the spiritual realm. One day I hope to change my perspective for the better and experience life in a different way. What way are you looking for? You know, how do you want to experience life? I think it's also important to make a distinction between instinct and intuition versus supernatural gifts. Having instinct and intuition and being able to anticipate and navigate, that's something that we can do. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's anything beyond what is tangible and what is real. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything beyond that there's anything supernatural going on. You know, we have these abilities, but I don't think that there's anything mystical about it. You know, intuition is a powerful thing. But we just want to be mindful of when we approach it in such a way as like, this is something else, this is something above and beyond and mystical, because that's going to make people kind of like shy away from whatever it is that you're trying to talk to them about. Because people can be kind of dismissive when you come at them and you're like, I am the Oracle, I have divine intuition. It's like, anyways, that's not my big issue. Well, it's a part of the problem, as I have many experiences in the spiritual realm as I meditate all day and my body astral roams, and I currently have no means of controlling it, so it takes my mind all over the place and my senses are so gone. It's nice that you're able to detach and dissociate, but we need structure as well. I've learned this firsthand. When you learn how to meditate to such a degree that you're able to just let your consciousness float away, it needs something to come back to. You know, you've recognized that this is a headspace that I can spend a lot of time in as I just kind of meander through the nooks and crannies of my mind and my consciousness. But we want a foundation to come back to, a cohesive sense of self. Can I be your new dad? I already thought I was. I'm not going to be your dad, but I will be your papa. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted subs! Thank you, Anonymous, for the 10 gifted subs. You know, questioner, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm not going to say that none of this is real, but I just want to make it known that, like, we want to have a grounded sense of reality. It's okay to believe in otherworldly things. We just don't want them to, you know, dictate the direction that we take our life in. You know, I think it's nice to have things that you can believe in that are uplifting to you, but like, when we start going into the realm of like, I am a mystical being, I have special powers, it's like, people are going to probably not respond well to it. And sometimes the people that do respond to it well are a little bit delusional in their own right, so just be mindful. You know, we want to try to have a cohesive sense of self. You know, what is it that I'm building here? Like, sure, I am the universe experiencing itself, but I should also, you know, be able to appreciate who I am. We want to be able to let our mind wander, but we also want to be able to reel it back in. All right? I forgot to add I'm a medium as well, so I sense everything. Anyways, I knew all these things before I started to go through what I considered spiritual trauma. Growing up, I had many experiences that led me to be the high priestess I am today. However, I discovered my abilities when I was about 15 years old or during COVID. This was a great time for me. It's what happened to me after COVID, which gave me spiritual grief. Sorry, hold on. I smell cleaning supplies. It smells like bleach in here. I need to like open a window or something. Hold on. I'm like, what is going on out there? It's burning my nose. What am I smelling? Somebody out here cleaning with bleach? I'm like, oh god, I can smell it. I feel it in my nostrils. I must be coming through the air vent or something. I'm like, maybe somebody's bleaching the floor in the basement or something. I don't know. It's like, ooh, I need some fresh air. I think somebody was bleaching in the bathroom or something, which is right across the hall from me, and I can like smell it in here. I aired out the room a little, so it's better now, but ooh, it's starting to burn my nostrils. Ooh-wee. Alright, we're gonna get through this question because I've got a presentation to do. So I'm entering my senior year of high school, a final year. I'm very excited to finally be finished with school. I've always been very interested in psychology and plan on studying it in the future. If you don't know, there's an app called Psychology, tons of data and info. But as the school year began, things already were heading south for me. Before the school year began, I had a prophecy that we will talk about later on in the storyline. The prophecy I had was seeing boy through the window in Asia. LOL, that's not the whole prophecy, but it's the part we'll talk about later. We've read this before. This is the same thing you submitted the last time, it's just you broke it into paragraphs. This is familiar, we've read it before. I don't recall the full story. Somebody took photos of this person without their consent is what was happening. There was some drama at school. I think what you should do is try to craft a neater narrative structure of whatever it is that you are trying to talk to other people about. You know, if this is something that you want to go forward with filing a report or something, it's like you're going to want to have a neat, orderly storyline. I'm just being honest, you know, it's a little hard to follow. So maybe we could tighten it up a little bit. Maybe we could tighten it up a little and we could, you know, because I want to know, I want to be able to offer feedback. I'm getting lost in the narrative here. So I think maybe tinkering a little bit and putting a little bit more order to it, because a lot of these paragraphs there's just like one long run-on sentence. It's just kind of hard for me to follow mentally. So I'd like to hear your story. I'd like to hear what it is that's going on. I'm just having a hard time parsing it all out in the structure that it's in. So maybe we could tighten it up a little bit. They did go to the school, they did report it, I saw that. You know, it sounds like you've got a lot on your mind and you've got a lot that you want to talk about. And I want to hear it. It's hard when it's just a lot, you know? So don't feel like you have to say everything. Don't feel like you have to include every detail. Just let's talk about it, but let's just try to tidy it up a little bit so that we can understand it a bit more clearly, okay? Like I do want to hear it. I do want to, you know, get back to you on it. Because I did speak to it before. I don't think that I would have much new to add outside of what I said last time. But if you do want to like revisit it and, you know, maybe condense it or put some structure to it, that might make it a little bit easier for us to move forward. Gifted me a sub. That would be the mysterious Anonymous. Cracking a window. Not sure who's cleaning with bleach in here. Actually, I know who it must be because Casey's not here. It's probably Penny. Yeah, questioner, I don't want to like hurt your feelings or anything. I do want to read your story. It's just I'm having a hard time following it. It's a bit long. It's a bit rambly. And I think we could tighten it up a little bit so that way, I don't want your message to get mixed. I want to be able to understand it clearly. So if you could help me do that, that would be great. Do you have any suggestions for summertime seasonal depression? The summertime sadness. Is that a thing, or do people only get seasonal depression during the winter? The most common form of seasonal depression is in the winter because, there's not as much sun, it's harder to go outside because it's cold, there's less light during the day, nighttime is longer. So there's a lot more to the winter season that biologically contributes to depression. Vitamin D deficiency, etc. But seasonal depression just means seasonal depression. It doesn't have to be tied to any particular season. Maybe you have certain feelings or memories associated with a certain season, and it makes that season challenging for you. Maybe the sound of lawnmowers and the smell of barbecues brings you bad memories. My suggestions are, learn how to work with it. Depression doesn't have to be an entirely bad thing. Depression can be a time of reduced activity, introspection, looking inwards. It can give you a time to rest and rejuvenate. It doesn't have to be entirely bad. And so what I would say is, if you can recognize that there's a time of year that I do get a bit more depressive than normal, use that. Use that time to rest, use that time to look inwards. Take that as an opportunity to do some housekeeping up here. That's what I do with the winter, because I have like kind of a winter dip, but it's gotten better. What you'll notice is that when you start to look at it as a moment where I can be productive and I can work on myself internally, then the dip doesn't go down as far. The dip kind of starts to rise up, and so there might still be a little dip, but it's more of just a little, it's not a big pothole. So I say work with it. If it's a time for introspection and meditation and just a time to just try to take it easy and just do some inside work, just look at it as an opportunity. I think it's finally time. Chat, it's time. It's time to face our fears. Got here just in time. Hell yeah, you did. Hell yeah, you did. We're going to start our presentation here in just a moment. Go ahead and take a second to, go get a drink or go potty, whatever you got to do. Presentations for anybody who's ever wanted to overcome their fears. Anybody here ever wanted to overcome their fears? Anybody? Anybody? I want to overcome my fear of stepping on an escalator wrong and eating shit? Why would you be eating shit on an escalator? Why wouldn't you eat it at a table like a normal person? I have a better one for you, actually. Let's just reframe that fear. The awareness of the potential to step incorrectly on the escalator is actually what is ensuring that you step on the escalator correctly. Your awareness of the reality of the situation. And so I don't need to be afraid of it. I just need to be aware. It's not fear that grips you, only a heightened sense of things. Did a poll? Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know what's interesting is since you did the poll, I get to vote. I don't know if I get to vote when I do the poll. I'm a 1-2 in the fear department. Well, I just got an Amber Alert for a town that's like an hour away, so I guess I gotta get to it. I gotta get out there and I gotta start looking for this blue Buick. I gotta go be Batman. What you'll notice is that when you do overcome your fear, what you will be left with is that same energy, just a different response to that energy. It doesn't feel like fear, it just feels like my senses have come online. I have a heightened sense of the situation that I'm in. It's your body waking the fuck up so that it can get to action. Whatever it needs to do to navigate the situation it's in. All right, are we ready to conquer our fears? Are you ready? I feel like the last few presentations we've done, I feel like it's really reflective of what my intentions for you are. Like, the last few presentations have been about, like, how to be happier, how to be less anxious, how to be less afraid. You know? We're trying to do some good work here. So thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for making this possible. My sister got me a gift card to Bass Pro Shop. I'm not sure what I want to get. I don't know. There's just so much cool stuff there. Your commitment to always looking like an 80s gym teacher is admirable. Thank you. I saw someone on Reddit refer to me as, his shtick is a sort of woke Dr. Disrespect, and they didn't mean it in a bad way. They didn't mean, okay, I get it. I get, like, the context, but, like, they didn't mean it in a bad way. They meant it in the, like, 80s, like, throwback mentality, not in the, like, messaging underage viewers way. Okay? Just getting that out there. I think it's just the sunglasses. I don't think they were thinking about it that hard. I think they just saw the sunglasses and they're like... But no, I was like, I would appreciate never being compared to that guy, alright? Like, just don't do that to me. Like, Alright, everybody. Let's face our fears. Let's get into it. Let's talk about the nature of fear. Fear. One of the most primal human emotions. This is something that has been hardwired into us through millennia of evolution. There are things that we are afraid of that we have no business being afraid of today. It's just a part of our genetic memory. We're still fearful of those things because our ancestors were afraid of those things. It was something our ancestors needed to know to survive. You know, don't eat food that's certain colors. Be afraid of certain shapes. You know, snakes and spiders and lions, tigers, bears, etc. I used to dream about being stalked by a predatory tiger, and tonight, maybe you'll have a dream that you are the tiger. Who's hunting who? The only solution if you're being hunted by a tiger is to pick up a stick and, you know, try to even the odds a little bit. Try to get one that's pointy. Then just give him a good poke with it. Then hopefully he runs away. He'll say, this man-ape's not worth the trouble, and he'll go off and find easier prey. You know, fighting a big cat isn't always a fight to the death, unless he's very desperate, very hungry. So hope that he's willing to go off and chase a bunny rabbit or something. Just yell at him, throw rocks at him, poke him with a pointy stick. He should be okay. He'll be like, this isn't worth the trouble, and he'll leave. Note, be a predator. Human beings do have predatory instincts. This is why so many people act in predatory ways. Not just like literally predatory ways where they're like hurting people or targeting certain people. It's like people who want to like climb to the top of a social ladder or climb to the top of a career ladder. It's like there are strategies that people use to rise to the tops of industries that are very in line with our predatory instincts. The ones that kind of like propel us to like, hey, go out there and get food. Like go out there and like, you know, go bring back a boar or a deer or something. Like we're hungry, you know? Just that we don't have to hunt for our own food anymore. Like some people still do. Like, hey, go for it. You know, do your thing. I'm more afraid of mother bears near their cubs. I think your best bet there is to just slowly back away. Just slowly back away. I mean, the whole solution there is to just not go out into the wilderness or camping during that season because, you know, mother bears only have cubs at certain times of year. So just don't go camping during those times and you should be just fine. You shouldn't run into any of them. But in those cases, it's like they hunt you or like they try to attack you because they're afraid that you're gonna try to go after their children. Just try to show them that you're not a threat. Your best bet is to just back up, slowly, be as non-intimidating as possible. Show them you're not a problem. Back away. And if they charge you, play dead. That's your best bet. You can't outrun or outclimb a bear. They are faster and stronger than you. So your best bet for survival there is to just be a complete non-threat to them. Just act like you died of fright. Because they... Anyway. The fear presentation has us talking about how to survive a bear attack. Carry bear spray with you. Another solution is to scratch the bear behind the ears. I just got the same Amber Alert again. They're blowing up my phone over this blue Buick. There's a 400-pound black bear who just visits my trash can. Oh yeah, they say, you know, black bears are typically the more scaredy bears. You can kind of frighten them away by just yelling at them and like acting real big, like, ah, you know, just scare them away. They're basically like big dogs. The reason why bears attack people is because they're very hungry. Most bears don't want to have to fuck with trying to take down a human. Simple as that. They don't want it. They would rather be eating fish or, you know, other food that they could find. They don't want to have to fuck with taking down a human. But they will if they're very hungry. As seen in the Grizzly Man documentary, where the guy went and lived right next to where the grizzly bears all lived, and for most of the year they were fine until the time of year when they get really competitive over food, at which point he got eaten. So, don't fuck with hungry bears, and don't fuck with bears that are trying to protect their babies. Just like people, don't fuck with hungry people, and don't fuck with people who are trying to protect their children. Anyway, bears are big and scary, but they're predictable. So just know what you're in for, know what the season it is. There's certain times where you just don't want to go out to bear country. Even if the chances of running into a bear are probably low, you know, you still don't want to take that chance. Just don't go camping that time of year. Grizzly Man, Timothy Treadwell, he was really mentally unwell. I wrote an essay about him. Yeah, when you watch that documentary and you like hear what this guy was doing, it's like, yeah, he was clearly... There was something going on upstairs. There's something going on upstairs if you're deciding to go live next to a big group of grizzly bears out in the remote Alaskan wilderness. Like, asking to be eaten just goes against all survival instincts. It's similar rules for people who like take care of big animals, like people who take care of like lions and tigers and stuff. It's like there are rules, just follow the rules and you should be okay. I say should because they're animals, and animals can always break the rules, which is why you always want to, you know, keep your wits about you. All right. I find this interesting. We do a presentation on fear and the sort of stuff that comes out, just like stuff that people are naturally worried about. Like, yeah, bears. So the thing about fear is that it has always served us in an important way. You know, it has an important purpose. It's there to keep us alive in those moments when there is genuine danger. Like if I need to fight for my life, or if I need to run for my life, or if I need to just like play dead, that's what fear will do. It's so primal that you see it in every mammal. Every mammal has these same instincts. It's that ingrained within us. Bear fear is the ancient fear. It's true. The original word for bear was lost to history because it was so scary. It was such a fearful concept that they wouldn't even say it. It was like a taboo word. Because they were worried that, you know, saying it would like invoke them or something. So there's records of like the word existing, but there's no documentation of what that word actually was. Which says that's just such a human thing to do. We're here documenting that there is a forbidden word that refers to the massive creature of the woods, but we're not allowed to say it. The thing about our modern world, though, is that our Ice Age brains are trying to catch up. And I don't mean that as an insult when I say Ice Age brains. What I mean is that structurally, our brains are practically identical to the brains that existed during the Ice Age. What's likely different about our brains, because our brains are different internally, structurally, but not as far as the shape, it like the mechanisms and the components and the different lobes and all that stuff. the difference now and why we're able to do stuff that people couldn't do in the Ice Age is just because we have better nutrients in our diet. Our neural tissue is more dense. You know, because we have more things to stimulate us, we have more ways to learn. You know, we can now watch, like, think about how you would learn something back in the Ice Age. You either learned it by watching someone else do it, or you learned it by trying it and failing and learning from your mistakes and trying again. We didn't have written books. You know, maybe people had like primitive early forms of language, so they might be able to communicate some ideas, but definitely not at the same level of nuance and complexity that we can achieve with modern language. And so we've got the same brain, but we're taking it to its maximum potential. You feel me? Like it's the same shape of car, but it's got a lot more horsepower. This creates a unique predicament for us. We have these very advanced brains, but the hardware itself is old school. And so we have reactions to things that are overreactions. We treat situations today as if they were legitimate threats to our survival. Like, oh my god, they don't have the brand of macaroni and cheese at the store. Oh my god, this traffic. Oh my god, this thing happens. We're responding with the same level of intensity that we would if it was actually life or death. The reason why our brains are wired that way is because, like Katsuki says, failing back then did mean life or death. We needed the stakes to be that high because that's what it was. But what you'll notice is that we're here right now, and so our ancestors made it. Our ancestors made it, they survived. They were able to live with it. These functions of our brain, the way that our brain will, handle feelings of fear, but it didn't inhibit them from doing what they needed to do. And so we can recognize that our brain can have a different relationship with this mechanism that exists. I feel like why we're so especially receptive to fear, why we're so vulnerable to it today, is because technology and modern living has given us the opportunity to not have to engage with those centers in our brain. We don't have to worry about going out and finding our food. We don't have to worry about fighting off wild animals. We don't have to worry about physically building our structure and maintaining it or moving it or, this type of feeling didn't stress people out in the way that it does us today. They were just used to it. It was just how it was. It was just energy. Instead of fear, you just feel a heightened sense of things. You feel the adrenaline. You feel your body really dial in. Time slows down a little bit. Your awareness increases. You can feel your heart rate start to increase. This feature of our brain is still definitely useful. It can be a lifesaver in emergencies. You might find yourself being glad that it's there if you've ever been in a situation where you had to, run for your life. so we want it to be there because it's nice to have it when we need it. But we want to make sure that we have a good working relationship with it, because it can very easily cloud our thinking, push us into rash decisions, or hold us back from opportunities. So we don't want to let this tool get in the way of what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So today, what we're going to take a look at is how fear shapes our perception of reality, how it can hijack our mental clarity, and how we can begin to take back control. So, are you ready? Or do you want to talk about bears some more? Always down to talk about big animals. Like, you think we've got it rough? You should see the size of the animals your ancestors had to fight. You should see the shit they had to deal with. I know this one by name, the Smilodon. How does this image make you feel? Does it, like, just pay attention to your instincts for a moment. Just try to pay attention to your biological instincts for a second. Doesn't the image of this big fucking cat kind of like make you feel something a little bit? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't it kind of like awaken something in you? Like, if your instincts say it's cute, that means that your survival instincts need some honing. Like, oh, I want to pet the kitty. Why does this one look so derpy? What's going on with this one? I don't think anybody's afraid of this saber-toothed tiger. What's going on here, bud? What's going on with this one? They made him look kind of friendly. You should not be making him look friendly. This is terrifying. You know how many of your ancestors these things ate? It would be cool to have one as a pet. That would be cool. If, you know, I could wish for a pet that I could be, if I could just be guaranteed that it would never try to eat me or any of the other pets. Saber-tooth tiger. All right. How about this? Do you think it's cute now? Is this cute? Not so cute now, huh? Seems like a rough way to go. Skulls are problematic. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to view this broadcast in China, I'm afraid. They have a thing about skulls. They have to like edit them out of video games and stuff. It's true. It's a cultural thing. Remember how in Zootopia? No, never seen Zootopia, so I can't speak to any cultural criticisms that were being expressed in that film. I can't speak to any of the allegories. All right, let's talk about fear. What does fear do to our brain? What's going on upstairs? Whenever you feel that sensation of fear, that is your amygdala being activated. It's the primary part of your brain that's responsible for that fight, flight, freeze response. You want to see what the amygdala looks like? Let's take a look. It's not a large part of your brain, it's kind of like almond shaped. I want to try to find an actual like good picture where you can kind of see it. Okay, so this one works. Depending on how often you use it, your amygdala can actually get bigger. You know, your brain is kind of like a muscle. Well, when you use certain parts of it, those parts can get bigger. We want to have a good working relationship with our amygdala. The amygdala is not the bad guy here, okay? It's how the amygdala makes you feel that is the problem. The amygdala is trying to protect your ass. That's your friend. It's the one looking out for you. There's a tiger in the room? I need to get the fuck out of here. Let's make that happen. Let's get some adrenaline going. Let's get these muscles going. Thank you, amygdala. You got me out of another tight spot. So you want the amygdala to be there and active and alert, but you don't want it to stress you out. That's the key. Your amygdala has a very fast activation speed. It's a fast and powerful reaction. But it comes at a cost, because what happens is when this part of your brain fires up, because it's so fast and so powerful, it will redirect activity from other parts of your brain. What you'll notice is that during stressful situations, it's not very easy to focus on other stuff. You know, you can't be like solving math problems or like eating your food or like, you know, cutting up a steak or, you know, cooking a meal. It takes away from those things. It overrides that other activity and it's like, whoop, all hands on deck. It pulls activity away from your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain that helps you to reason and solve problems. It's the long-term planning part of your brain. It's those like higher functionings in your brain. It reduces activity there because it's like, all right, we need to go below deck. Ooh, everybody in, down in the bunker. I used to work on big hand-lit fireworks shows. That's badass. I bet you've got some stories. Adrenaline goes crazy, but you still have to be aware and calculated. It's a difficult balance. You're in your flow state. Another thing that fear does to us is it narrows our focus to whatever it is we perceive as the threat. You know, if a wolf were to walk into your room right now, like, you would probably have a lot of your focus and attention on the wolf. That's what fear does. It redirects all that other activity and it hones in on whatever it is that you are perceiving as a threat. It doesn't actually have to be a wolf. It could just be a thought, an idea, a situation, an event. You know, it could just be something that's going on within your life, but your brain sees it as a threat. Your brain perceives it as danger. And so that's why it's hard to stop thinking about it. That's why we feel like we're stuck focusing on it. Is because our brain sees it as danger, danger, danger. I do not grant these permissions to my amygdala. Good. Revoke those privileges. Tell your amygdala that you're reallocating that energy back to your prefrontal cortex. You know, if you have a good working relationship between your amygdala and your prefrontal cortex, that's smooth sailing. The rational, reasonable, problem-solving part of your brain, having them work in tandem with the go-go action mode part of your brain, that sounds like a good working relationship. What you probably have been able to see in your life, or not necessarily your life, but I mean in people that you've met, you know, you've seen what chronic fear can do to people. Chronic fear has a way of like making people kind of shrink within their own life. They do less. They leave their safe spaces less. They engage less. It just feels like their life gets smaller and smaller, just as a way of trying to avoid anything that could potentially be scary. Chronic fear trains the brain to expect danger, even when there is none. You're so wired for there to be danger that you're finding danger where it does not exist. Like the person who's carrying your mail comes late. You're like, oh my god, I must be in trouble or something. Normally the mail is here by this time. I hope our mail driver didn't have a car accident or something. I hope like something terrible didn't happen. It's like, you're taking something that's innocuous and you're finding the worst case scenario for why that thing is happening. This part of our brains loves to come up with the worst case scenario because that's what it feels like it needs to prepare for. Because if we are prepared for the worst case scenario, that increases our chances of survival. You just need to have trust in your ability to figure shit out. You don't need to worry about everything right now, because that sounds like a lot of worry. That sounds like I'm going to be spending a lot of time worrying if I'm going to worry about everything. Trust in your own ability to figure shit out. I don't need to worry about what will happen, because I know what I'll do if something does happen. Feel prepared. If we've had to deal with chronic fear, it can lead us to develop something that we'll call hypervigilance. Hypervigilance is feeling like you're always on guard duty, you're always trying to look out for danger. You're always worried about what bad thing could potentially happen. That's hypervigilance. And you know what? You deserve a break. You deserve a day off. You know, come down from the watchtower. Just chill for a bit. Let's talk about how fear distorts our thinking. Fear is more than just a feeling. It doesn't just impact our feelings, it also changes the ways in which we think. Since fear likes to hone in and focus on things, it will magnify whatever imagined dangers we can come up with. And it gives us this impression, and it convinces us that these things are more severe than they truly are. It's like living life with a big magnifying glass in front of you, just like, yeah, looking at everything very closely. It's like, well, when you're looking at everything very closely, you can see just how dirty things are. So sometimes it's nice to just take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Kind of trains our brain to jump to worst case scenarios like we talked about, even without any solid evidence. We call this catastrophizing. You know, anytime anything happens, you know, it's always going to be, well, I guess I got to prepare for the worst. You know, I made a bad joke. I guess I got to leave town. My friends are never going to want to hang out with me again. Told a joke at game night and nobody laughed. It's probably for the best that I just pack it all up, call it a day, just get on out of here, start over fresh in a new town where nobody knows me. Since we're not using our prefrontal cortexes as much, we tend to bypass the logic parts of our brain. And so in fearful moments, we're making decisions more quickly and more defensively. We're acting from a place of fear, and so we might lash out, we might be impulsive, we might be defensive. We're not really using logic. We also start to confuse discomfort with danger. Anytime we're in a situation that feels uncomfortable, it sets off those alarm bells and we associate it as being dangerous. And so we avoid those situations that could actually lead us to growth. This is how people find themselves just so fearful that they have a hard time, you know, stepping outside of their home. I catastrophize just for fun sometimes, not gonna lie. I find it entertaining to overreact, like what if I gave a fuck as a bit. See, now you're actually onto something there. If we were to look at that from an internal family systems approach, this would be identifying the part of you that comes up with the worst case scenario. But what you've learned is when that guy or that aspect of you comes to the table with their idea about what needs to be done about whatever's going on, you can view it as a part of a committee. And this was just a suggestion. This isn't the suggestion we have to go with. You know, so we acknowledge it. We're like, okay, let's move on. Thank you for the input. Does anybody else have any ideas? I found that that's a good way to kind of break away from that behavior. because you're acknowledging it. You're like, okay, this part of me is just trying to help. It's just trying to protect me, but it is very concerned with, going to the worst case scenario because that's what it feels like we need to prepare for. But I don't always need to do that. So I can recognize it, acknowledge it, validate it, but I don't need to follow up on it. I can just be like, okay, thank you for the suggestion. Moving on. If people don't laugh at my joke, I'm embarrassed for them, honestly, because I'm hilarious and always dropping bangers, right? Like, if people aren't laughing at my jokes, like, that's a skill issue. I'm like, I'm sorry that you weren't able to get it. Your humor is just not as refined as mine, clearly. So that sounds more like a you problem, because I thought it was hilarious. Manufactured drama. Yeah, we don't want to be in the drama manufacturing business. It's a business that can make money, but I don't know if that's the business we want to get into. It's dirty work. Another thing about fear is it can actually reshape your memory. It can make those negative moments stand out far more vividly than the positive moments, and so it reinforces this cycle of how we respond to that feeling. We look back at the other moments in which we were fearful and it feels terrible. Like, oh my God, I don't want to be scared again. I remember the last time I was scared and it was so bad. That's what it does, is it reinforces itself. It over-amplifies its own importance. I'm gonna clock my own brain and say me when I spread misinformation. Sometimes we gotta stir the pot a little bit, but we just want to make sure that we're stirring it for the right reasons. We stir the pot because we don't want to get stuff stuck to the bottom. We don't want it to burn. We stir the pot so that things can become incorporated. So that we can make a nice soup. All right, so this is a little bit about how fear impacts your thinking and how it impacts your brain. Any questions on this before we move on? Studying fear does not have to be scary. Studying fear is how you learn to harness it and learn to work with it. Because it's not going anywhere. In fact, you want it to be there. It's protecting you. Soup for my internal family systems. The whole family's getting fed today. Making a big pot of soup. That fourth point gets weaponized by grifters. Oh yeah, let me take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, discomfort with danger. Yes. Grifters will take advantage of that. They'll recognize when things are tough and they'll start selling you doomsday buckets. They'll start selling you doomsday buckets and, time to go buy more bullets. I've been getting more advertisements for doomsday buckets, so that's how I know that people are in a state of unrest. Oh, you can buy doomsday buckets at Costco now. That for me was a pretty big sign that things in America were getting stressful when they started selling doomsday buckets at Costco. Alright, let's talk about something important. Let's talk about how fear can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. We always bring up self-fulfilling prophecies. Should I do a presentation on self-fulfilling prophecies? Because to me, the concept, it's something that I talk about a lot, so I go like, do I need to revisit the topic itself? That might be a good idea. I think we should, we'll revisit the topic just itself, the self-fulfilling prophecy. The TLDR of self-fulfilling prophecies is that worrying that something will happen will make that thing more likely to happen. I'll give you an example. If you're worried that nobody likes you, you're going to treat everyone you meet as if they don't like you. And so guess what? They're going to all assume that you don't like them. Because you're treating all of them as if they don't like you, and they assume that you don't like them. And so you have created that prophecy. Congratulations, nobody likes you. Because you're treating everybody like they don't like you, and they all think that you don't like them. I used to work for a company that sold stuff to preppers. Some were buying solar panels for sealed underground bunkers. You know what I'm going to be doing in the apocalypse? I'm going to be cracking bunkers open. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be busting bunkers. I don't care how big your door is. I'll just clog your air vent. You'll have to come out eventually. Living in a bunker would be terrible. And it would probably not even be necessary unless just the entire world gets obliterated, and I don't think that that's going to happen. The only reason you would have to live in a bunker is if the entire world gets like nuclear fallout, and if that's the case, just take me out with it. I'm like, I don't want to live the rest of my life in a bunker. That sounds terrible. Just get it over with quickly in a flash of atomic fire. That's fine with me. The thing about bunkers is that living in them is terrible. I don't care how expensive it is or how many basketball courts you put in it, you're gonna go crazy from living in a bunker. Also, the fact that bunkers need fresh air still is a major problem. Atticus, what are you doing? He's just getting all tangled up in my green screen, buddy. Woke up from your nap? How you doing? Hey, buddy. But yeah. You ever need to get into somebody else's bunker? Just find where their exhaust port is. Plug it up with something. Might be hidden a few meters from the bunker. It might be disguised as like a rock or a piece of wood or something, but you'll find it. Just clog it up. They'll come out in no time. Anyway, enough about getting into bunkers. This fear presentation has gone off the rails. Some will pay $20 for a can of tactical bacon. Oh lordy, if I can't take bacon with me into the apocalypse, I'd rather be dead. All right, back to fear as a self-fulfilling prophecy. When worrying about something actually makes that thing more likely to happen. This is the irony of fear. The very thing that we fear often becomes more likely when we act out of fear. A lot of it stems from hesitation. Hesitation causes us to miss opportunities, and this only strengthens the belief that we were never capable in the first place. So because of the fear, we act in hesitation, and because of the hesitation, we miss opportunities, and it just reinforces itself. Sometimes we over-prepare, or we exert too much energy in trying to control things. So we try to over-control. And we do this out of an attempt to avoid mistakes. This leads to burnout. This also leads to us making errors. Because we feel so pressured, we feel like there's so much to do, there's so much I have to plan for, so much I have to anticipate. That makes us sloppy. And it makes us more likely to make mistakes. Overanalyzing is not good analysis. Panopticon of the mind, keeping all that ambition in check. Well said. Another example would be in social situations. If we're afraid of embarrassment or rejection, it can push us into isolation. And so we've rejected ourselves. We're worried about being rejected, and so we just reject ourselves. That isolation ends up feeding the anxiety that we're trying to avoid. It just becomes harder and harder to reconnect with people. The longer we spend isolated, the more difficult it can be to reconnect with people. Doesn't mean it's impossible. In fact, it's quite possible. Imagine sitting in your bunker realizing you spent the only time you had on the surface preparing for the bunker. Right? Wouldn't that I just feel so good about myself, like, yeah, I'm sure glad I got this bunker going. Now I can watch all of these reruns of Friends on DVD. I can watch any episode of Family Guy I want. I can eat all the beef jerky I can take. Living the good life. Imagine being in the bunker and realizing that you have all of the DVDs of Family Guy when you would have actually rather had all the DVDs of American Dad. I was raised by a combat vet and prepper. The secondhand learned anxiety state is real. See, you're seeing it firsthand. Like, this is how a lot of, like, typical, like, you would consider them, like, you know, that kind of guy. You know, like that's how a lot of guys will channel their anxiety into over preparation. Gotta get the bunker, gotta get the survival gear, gotta have a gas mask. It's the basis of the diagnosis for my CPTSD. And coming to understand that, you know, being able to trace it back, that helps you to move closer to healing. To put it short, the more we give into fear, the more power it gains. Like Freddy Krueger. Good example. Freddy Krueger. You know, is that how he works in the movies? I forget. They've probably changed it. But it's kind of like Freddy Krueger. He feeds off of your fear. The more afraid you are, the stronger he gets. There's probably other examples of that in horror movies, but I can't think of any right now. It, maybe? It? He's fueled off fear, or it is fueled off fear, right? I explained to someone doing this what ACEs are today and how some of their behavior is probably maladaptive response, and that they were well liked but keep taking these anxious turns if we don't all react like they expect, like they shut down. That can be a helpful conversation to have with somebody. ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. We all have them. I don't care how great and wonderful your childhood was, when you are a developing human, some stuff just sticks with you, even though as an adult it's like, why did that bother me so much? It's because you were a kid. And so even if you have like all of your needs met, if you have loving and caring and attentive parents, it's like something might still happen that sticks with you. Your dog runs away, you know, your grandma dies. It's like stuff happens, right? It's like, and it affects you in some type of way. It's an adverse childhood experience. It's universal. Some people have some that are much more impactful, but we all have them. And we all owe it to ourselves to understand how they've affected us so that we can heal. Atticus is whining. He wants to go outside. So give me just a second. I'm going to let the dog out. I'll be right back. While I'm gone, you can think of other examples of movie horror villains that get stronger the more afraid you are of them, because I'm pretty sure there's more examples, but I can't remember. I'm pretty sure that that's how it works. I think the part some people don't get is that ACEs don't have to be some objectively intense thing to be very impactful if the person is fragile or has other issues going on. The thing about ACEs is that you were a child whenever it happened, so it might have even been something that wouldn't really make sense to an adult, that it would be that stressful. You know, like losing a toy. You know, falling off your bike, scraping your knee. It's those moments when we are introduced to the concept of pain and loss. Those can be difficult experiences for kids. . Imagine if a big brain kid studied psychology at a young age and became immune to this. That's what I did. My mom was in college when I was a kid, so she let me read her textbooks. Alright, I'm gonna let the dog outside. I'll be right back. Fortunately, having an intellectual understanding of it doesn't necessarily protect you from the emotional/instinctual responses. Which is why you gotta feel it to heal it. It would be convenient if we could just use logic and reason to, sort things out within us. Sometimes you gotta take it beyond words. Sometimes you gotta just let yourself feel whatever it is that you need to feel. Alright, let's keep it moving. Let's talk about healthy fear versus irrational fear. The thing about fear is that not all fear is bad. Healthy fear protects us from real danger. Like the kind that tells you to get out of the way when there's a car speeding towards you. Or the kind that tells you to get out of there when somebody tells you, you know, hey, you like Joe Rogan? It's so frustrating when you are fully aware that your reactions are illogical, but they still happen anyway. But are they illogical based on the context of your own lived experience? Like, to what standard are we applying logical versus illogical? Maybe we view it as illogical because it's something that we'd like to rid ourselves of. But just considering, you know, the things you've been through, the things you've learned, doesn't it make sense that you'd probably respond similar to how you're responding? Conversely, irrational fear freezes us up when no real harm is present. We might avoid a harmless conversation. We might avoid an opportunity because we're irrationally afraid that the worst is going to happen. You might miss out on the opportunity to make a new friend because you are afraid of what they might think about you. And in doing so, you've created a self-fulfilling prophecy. They'll never get to know you because you won't let them get to know you. The tricky part about this is that both of them feel the same in our body. Whether the fear is rational or irrational, it feels the same physically. And that's where it gets tricky in trying to parse it out. This is why it's important to add mindfulness to the mix. We want to practice pausing and asking ourselves a question. It allows us to kind of take a step back from the emotion and just try to figure out what it's doing here. Is this fear protecting me? Is this a good fear? Is this a healthy fear? Am I not going on the second date because he just wouldn't stop talking about crypto? Or is it simply holding me back? In other words, what am I really afraid of? Why is the fear here? I often have a delayed stress after dangerous situations, like I'll deal with it in the danger and be fine, but then go home and it's like aftershock of shaking, crying, throwing up. That's because the adrenaline wore off. The adrenaline wore off. What your body does to level itself back out after you produce adrenaline is it has to lower it back out. It has to kind of like, your body has another hormone. It's called noradrenaline, and it's basically the counteracting one to adrenaline. They occupy the same spots in your brain, so they compete for one another. And so if your brain wants to reduce the level of one, it just adds more of the other. And so your brain does that to try to level itself back out, and that can sometimes, give you the heebie-jeebies. You know, if you ever feel like, oh, I'm shaky, I'm clammy, like, ooh, what was that all about? Physiological response to the shift of your body's hormones. So, main takeaway here, just get into the habit of asking yourself anytime you're feeling fearful, is this fear protecting me or is it holding me back? Because then you'll know what to do with it. So let's talk about overcoming fear. Like with many things, the first step is awareness. If you want to overcome it, you have to start paying closer attention to it. You have to notice when fear is influencing your choices. In those moments, we want to practice slowing down, and we want to try to take some deep breaths. This will help to interrupt that automatic response that we have to fear. This is us responding to fear in a new way. We're going to respond in a way that is balanced, mindful, and aware. This gives our rational mind time to catch up and to reactivate. You want to start practicing your assumptions. If you have automatic thinking, this is going to go terribly. If you have automatic thinking, you want to start questioning those automatic thoughts. So I'm afraid it's going to go badly. What real evidence do I have that that's going to happen? You know, taking all of the evidence into consideration, okay, what's the likelihood that that actually will happen? Probably pretty small. What you've probably noticed is that the worst case scenario rarely happens. Past experiences as the answer to this question? Look at it this way. Imagine you're going swimming and your past experiences were, well, I almost drowned. But because I almost drowned, I learned how to swim. I became a strong swimmer because I almost drowned. The thing about fear is that it can take you back to a period of time in your mind whenever that fear was initially formed. If you learned this fear at a young age, it can make you feel like a kid again, in a not so good way. It can make you feel kind of powerless and helpless like a kid. We want to try to look at all of that cool stuff that we've learned since then. Take a new look at it as a grown-up. There is a part of you that still is that scared little kid, but this is a part of you that you no longer identify as. This is a part of you that you have understanding and compassion for. Of course they were scared. They were just a little kid. But I'm going to be brave for them. That little kid that's afraid, they need to see me being brave. So I'm going to do it for them. You gotta give yourself credit, because you're still here, you're a fighter, you're a survivor. Alright, so if we really want to overcome our fear, what we're going to want to do is actually start to face it. When we feel ready to do that, let's start facing it in small, manageable ways. This will gradually help to rewire your brain and reaffirm that you can get shit done. You can take care of business. You can handle it. Anxiety and fear likes to ask you the question, what would I do if this happens? Your answer only needs to be, I would handle it. You gotta give yourself credit. You've handled most of what you've been through, right? It's like, sure, there may have been a couple moments where things just got out of hand and we couldn't really take care of it on our own, but that's normal too. But for the most part, you've probably handled most of it, right? Tell me again, how many of your worst days have you survived? What percentage of your worst days have you survived? Oh, 100% of them? All of them? And what the fuck are you afraid of? None. I'm currently worm food. My brain shuffles words around sometimes, and I originally read that as I'm wood form, and I was like, huh. My man is so enlightened, he's as if he was a tree. I currently feel nothing, for I am wood. I am flexible. I bend, but I do not break. Anyway, you've survived 100% of your worst days, so either you give yourself some credit or I'm gonna have to do it for you, but I'd like to see you doing it too. That would just be more fun. This is helping to answer the question of how do I find the middle ground between chronic hypervigilance and the waves of apathetic burnout in between. I'll handle it. We want to look at fear not like it's a stop sign, but a guidepost. It's an important point of direction. It's like, hey, turn this way. There's a cliff ahead. You know, sharp turn inbound. Slow down. You know, it doesn't have to be something that causes us to freeze up and lock down. It can be something that, oh, hey, just keep an eye out. Maintain caution. Remember that it's important that we can share our fears with people that we trust. We want people who can help us to challenge our thinking when it gets distorted. You know, we want people who can be like, you're gonna be fine, you got nothing to worry about. Or maybe offer us some good perspective. You know, like, it's... Dealing with fears is especially frightening when we have to do so all on our own. And if you're worried about sharing your fears with other people because that would make you feel vulnerable, then start off with fears that everybody has or that are very common that isn't really a big deal. You know, like a fear of spiders or something, or snakes. And see how they respond to that fear. If you tell people that you're afraid of snakes and then they start putting fake snakes around to scare you, maybe we shouldn't trust them with our other fears. We've seen how they respond to the fears that we told them about. But it can be a good way to test the waters. That's crazy. People will do that. There are people out there who like scaring people for fun. Never been me. I don't like scaring people. Actually, I did like working at the haunted house, but that was fun because it was all consensual. You know, like these people came here to be scared, so I'm gonna scare you. It was all fine. Everything was above board. There's people who will buy a tarantula. This guy that I went to high school with, he just got into tarantulas and he was posting pictures of them online. I was like, my man's going through a tarantula phase. Right on, brother. Have fun with your big spider. People who go to haunted houses and make a big show of how not scared they are funny, right? It's like, I got something to prove. Look how brave I am. Look how not afraid I am. If you like scaring people, just become a preacher. I like to use my powers for good and not for evil. At the haunted house, people are getting scared for fun because getting a little frightened when it's in like a controlled setting can actually be kind of fun. It can be kind of thrilling, right? It's like, that's why we like scary movies. That's why we like scary stories. That's why we go to the haunted house. Because it's kind of fun. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of a thrill. I don't want people scared and feeling like they have to buy doomsday buckets. Yeah, roller coasters, theme parks, all that kind of stuff. It's like people like a thrill. I thought I was watching horror films for the social commentary. You could. You know, there's all sorts of different angles you can apply to media analysis. Alright, let's take it a step further. Let's reframe fear as something that can teach us a lesson. Fear can be a signpost for growth. Oftentimes, when we are approaching that which we fear, these are signs that we are actually approaching some of our greatest personal breakthroughs. And this kind of ties back into what we were talking about earlier with like adverse childhood experiences. Some of our most intense fears are the ones that are formed when we're really young. We might have a very powerful fear response to something when we're a kid, and we remember it being absolutely terrifying. And so as far as our brain is concerned, it's still absolutely terrifying. And so even approaching that thought or thinking about that feeling can be terrifying because it's at your core. It's one of your most vulnerable spots. But in this case, when you start to recognize that that fear is building up within you, this can be an opportunity for growth and breakthrough. It can be a sign that I'm approaching my own resistance. I'm truly trying to let it go. You would be surprised just how healing it can be to let your heart hurt on behalf of that scared little kid. It's a really powerful act of self-compassion. It's scary and it's painful, but these can be some of the greatest personal breakthroughs we can make. Healing some of our oldest wounds. This is your Ned Stark moment. Courage doesn't mean you have no fear. It means that you choose to act even though you are afraid. All you have to do is ask yourself, what is this fear trying to teach me? This can help to transform your fear from an obstacle into a compass. I'll give you an example. Let's say you revisit a fear from your early childhood. This is one of your big ones. This is one of your oldest wounds. But we've decided we're going to heal it. We're going to commit to healing this old wound. And so we look back at that fear and we ask ourselves, what is this fear trying to teach me? In many cases, what it's trying to teach us is actually very simple. You deserved better. You didn't deserve to be made to feel so afraid. Sometimes the only lesson to learn is that it happened and I didn't deserve it. But it's my responsibility to heal from it. It's my wound to tend to. I feel like we often overcomplicate things. You know, we look at these old wounds of ours and they're just so real and they're so painful that we assume that the solution to them must be complicated because it's a big feeling. It's a big fear. And clearly it must have a big solution. Not necessarily. Sometimes it's as simple as people let you down, and people hurt you, and you deserved better. And so I'm going to do better, and I'm going to treat myself better. I'm going to show myself how I deserve to be treated. I'm going to show myself the same level of care and compassion that I deserved in the moment that I was hurt. When you learn to change your relationship with fear, it can actually start to guide you towards experiences that expand who you are. Like maybe you go into that coffee shop, you go out on your own, you go for that walk. You know, you start up conversations with people, and the next thing you know, it's changing your entire concept of yourself. Turns out I am the person who can go out here and live life and make friends and have fun. You can find all of that by following your fear. By pushing through your own resistance. That's a kind of pride you can take with you. The pride of a job well done. You know, I swept my side of the street. I got my side of the street clean. I looked inwards and dealt with my fear and dealt with my anger so that it didn't become anybody else's problem. Hardest thing for me is still trying not to take myself so seriously and letting levity or sharing silly parts of myself with people show through. Just fear of being made fun of and letting it control my actions. This is gonna sound silly, but I do have a suggestion. Learn to laugh at yourself. The parts of you that are so insistent on taking yourself so seriously, laugh at them. Throw a pie in their face. Squirt a flower at them that sprays water. You know, hand them a balloon animal. Honk a horn at them. I did, and I found I denied myself so much joy for silly reasons. Well, that's because the work was not done. You figured out what the work was, you gotta keep at it. It's like removing grout. You ever had to remove grout between tiles? It's like, you gotta be in there chipping away at it. And it takes a while. It's a labor-intensive process, but eventually it'll be done. You will have cleared it all out, and you can lay down something new. You know, you learn to take yourself a little less seriously every day. For most people, it'll just happen eventually. You'll find those moments in life that have a way of humbling you. You know, for a lot of people, it's like they're in their 50s and their knee goes out. You know, it's like, uh-oh. They throw their back out or something. It's like, well, you know, sometimes life has a way of humbling you. The funny part of it is that the more you're able to just like let go of that sense of ego and you're able to just not take yourself so seriously, things become way better. Things become way more enjoyable. We don't need to gatekeep our own happiness. We don't need to talk ourselves out of joy. We did a presentation on this the other day. I'm not sure if you caught it. It was how to quit gatekeeping happiness. If you're curious, I would suggest checking out the VOD. Yeah, we talk all about how joy is one of those feelings that we can very easily like talk ourselves out of. We're like, hey, cool, I'm having fun, I'm at a party, and then you're like, oh no, look at all this single-use plastic. You know, it's like, oh no, think about all the fossil fuels that are being burnt to power the building I'm in right now. It's like, it's very easy to talk yourself out of a good time. Joy is one of those emotions that you kind of have to let it win. You have to surrender to it. Like a puppy. Like you're play fighting with a puppy. You know, you're wrestling around with a little puppy and you're like, oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. You know, it's like, that's how you have to be with joy. You have to let it win. It's not hard to overpower joy. It's like trying to overpower a little flower. Yeah, sure, you could very easily crush it and grind it into dust. But we don't want to do that. We want to just appreciate its beauty and allow it to exist, and we're just not gonna insist that we need to have such firm control over it. Alrighty, final thoughts. Fear will always be a part of life, but it doesn't have to always run the show. You want fear to be there because it's what keeps you safe. It's what gets you out of a bad relationship. It's what gets you out of danger. You want it to be there. It's looking out for you. But what you don't want it to do is to be afraid all the time and to be afraid of everything, which it can do. It can get very carried away with itself. If we leave it unchecked, it clouds our judgment. It limits our potential. It pulls us out of opportunities. It makes it harder for us to think rationally. And it gets us stuck in these cycles of avoidance. It becomes self-fulfilling, self-perpetuating. I'm afraid that this thing is going to happen, so I'm just going to do this instead. And because I did this instead, I never got exposed to anything that was fearful. And so I built it up in my mind. I continued to get more and more afraid of it. You feel caught with the cycle of avoidance? Just imagine this for a second. Imagine your cycle of avoidance as if it was a physical thing, like a physical circle in your brain. Just imagine a circle. This is your cycle of avoidance. It's been formed through years of reinforcement of you engaging in avoidant behaviors. Now imagine yourself smashing it with a big hammer. You don't need it anymore. You're dismantling it. What would you like to dismantle it with? I immediately go to like big hammer. You might be more of like a dynamite, or you might be more of like a pickaxe, or like, I don't know, just whatever tool of destruction is your favorite. What's really funny, and what I find really interesting, is that when you do sit down and engage in this mental exercise, you kind of feel it. You feel like a little tingle, you feel like something's happening. Sitting down and thinking about your problems or your old patterns or your old behaviors as a physical thing, and then imagining yourself deconstructing those things, it actually has a way of helping to change your brain. It sounds silly, I know, but it does help. It does actually work. If you don't believe me, just give it a try for yourself. Just imagine your old patterns and imagine them as like a big loop, a big spiral, a big web, whatever they look like. And then just imagine breaking them and see how it makes you feel, that thought of breaking those patterns. What you might find is it feels kind of good. Feels pretty good. When we become aware of how fear influences us, when we start questioning its validity, and we start taking deliberate steps towards what really matters, we can turn fear into a source of clarity and courage and growth. Fear can be a guide. Fear can be a teacher. And so the next time that fear shows up, ask yourself, is this keeping me safe? Or is it keeping me small? All right, everybody, this has been the presentation on fear. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? I had a phase, I was like pre-mourning everyone, like I had anxiety about everyone's mortality, but I realized it was more a fear that I had never truly lived, and I started taking control of my life after that. That's good. That's good. What you'll realize is you can't preemptively take care of fear. Because in that moment, when you actually feel it, that's when it's real. Everything that we do ahead of that is just imagined. It's just created within us. It's us making ourselves afraid. Thank you for making the poll. It's an exit survey. It's an exit survey. We want to see how you're feeling. It's hard to know what is the hardest part of all of this. There are so many steps to take in your presentation. The hardest part is learning how to let it go. Because the thing about it is that it feels like I need to hold on to this. Like, especially when it comes to like adverse childhood experiences, they can feel very real, very stressful. And it can feel like I need to keep this. I need to hold on to this. This is really important for me to keep because this keeps me safe. And so it can be hard to let it go. Because part of us feels like we really need to keep this. The hardest part is getting started. I want a trauma dump right now, LOL. We've got a question box for it. If you'd like to dump in the box, or you can dump right here in chat if you like. That's fine. I kept a chest full of disposable torches as a kid. Man's out here playing Minecraft. You bring up an interesting point though. It's the line between like preparedness and over preparedness. Like, I feel like it's not a bad thing to have like emergency food on hand. Like, who knows? Maybe something happens. It would be nice to have, you know, meals for a couple days or whatever. But having like 20 years worth of food stashed away, just like you have an entire, you know, section of your house that's just this massive pantry just stacked up with like dry goods and canned goods and MREs and stuff. It's like, maybe that's a little too far. Maybe we're taking it a little too far. Once you correct the response to the fear and get past it, it's almost like you don't really need to know about the fear unless the fear comes from a traumatic experience. It's true. It's true. The thing that I find really cool though is that once you change your relationship with your fear, you can actually find it exciting whenever it pops up. Because it's kind of a, you know, like a heightened state of awareness. It's kind of like tapping into, you know, like a superpower almost. It's like time slows down. I can sense things. My reaction time is heightened. Feels like I'm in the Matrix. That's part of the reason why people like to seek out stuff that scares them. It's why people like scary movies and haunted houses, is because fear makes you feel alive. You can learn to love that sense. You can learn to love that heightened sense of awareness that it gives you. You can learn to appreciate what a thrill can do for you. I overcompensated the fear of the dark and now wander around in the dark when I don't need to. You're just out here learning how to enhance your night vision. I'm training my night vision. It's just some Batman shit. Now you can start walking around on the balls of your feet to stay quiet. Practice your sneaking. I moved and ran into an ex I hadn't seen in 10 years, almost to the day. I didn't know how he would react if he ever saw me. I was surprised to see him literally crying seeing me. We started talking. He asked if I was working and where I lived and proceeded to ask if we could hook up, basically. What? He's now married and the guy he was cheating on me with is still in the picture? I didn't say much. I felt overwhelmed and like I was being manipulated. I don't know, it's all very confusing for me. It's natural to feel confused when you encounter a confusing person. This person is confusing. Like, who does that? Like, this confusing behavior. He cheated on you and then married the person that he cheated on you with, and now he wants to cheat on his husband with you again? Like, what? What? Where is his head at? Where are his priorities? Like, what is going on in this man's mind? Like, I have no idea. If you feel confused right now, that's good, because you should. If you didn't feel confused, if what he had to say made sense, that would probably be more concerning. It's probably good that this has confused you. Because it would confuse me too. Like, what? That's wild. Maybe you should let his husband know that this guy was trying to cheat on him. We went to therapy together and she asked him what he wanted and he said he didn't know. He paid this person $400 to be asked this in front of me, LOL. Maybe you're the one that got away. In which case, just get away again, I would suggest. Like, continue to be the one that got away. Like, why would anybody ever want to be with somebody who's going to cheat on their partner to be with you? If they will cheat on their partner to be with you, they will also cheat on you. That's what cheaters do. They have a hard time with commitment, and they're always, you know, shopping around. I think he's giving away pieces of himself, and that is making him feel secure. Possibly. Or maybe he wants to feel more of a sense of control in his life, and that's why he wants to bring you back into the picture. I don't know. There's any number of reasons why this man is doing what he's doing. I wouldn't take any more time than is necessary in thinking about it, because it's just not a good headspace to be in. Trying to figure out why my ex is doing what they're doing. Like, we can just leave some stones unturned. There are some cans of worms we just don't need to open. You know, understanding the psychology and the motives of somebody who cheated on you is, you know, don't think about it harder than they do. They probably haven't even thought about it all that hard, if we're being honest. Why are you thinking about it so hard? They probably don't even have any idea why they're doing what they're doing. If he wants to feel secure, he probably shouldn't be looking for people to cheat on his husband with. Just a thought. Just a thought. Truly, I stopped being the understanding victim after realizing maybe this shit shouldn't be understood. Right? It's like, whenever we're victimized, we always want to know why they did what they did, but sometimes the reason why they did what they did was because they just weren't fucking thinking, and that's just not a very satisfying answer. Like, maybe they're just a piece of shit. Maybe they're just not that good of a person. Maybe they just don't care about how other people feel. But that's not always a satisfying answer, and so we craft all of these other reasons as far as why it must have happened. You know, maybe I did, maybe it was something I said, maybe it was actually my fault, maybe I was actually the baddie. It's like, no, maybe they were just an asshole. And they just don't know how to be kind to people. It sounds to me like maybe this guy is going through something right now, and, you know, he's in the, you know, sometimes people have cycles that kind of operate in like time spans. So maybe this guy's in like some sort of like 10-year cycle here, and he's like, oh my god, I ran into my ex exactly 10 years after we split up. It's like, this is meant to be. Like, I need to, you know, get back with them and stuff. It's like, you don't need to buy into any of that nonsense. Like, whatever he's going through, it doesn't have to be any of your problem. Unless you choose to make it your problem. So do you want to think about this guy? Do you want this guy to be a part of your life? Do you want to have anything to do with him? If not, you don't have to. You can just let it go. This is something we haven't really talked about, but this is something that happens. People form patterns in their life, and they can sometimes operate on certain time spans. You know, for a lot of people, it's like every 10 years, you know, because it's kind of like a milestone moment. You turn 30, you turn 40, it's like, it's a milestone, it's a new decade. And so sometimes people, you know, it's more of like a 10-year kind of cycle. Kind of sounds like, from his perspective, this feels like the resolution of a cycle. You know, maybe he feels like the universe brought you back to me for a reason, and so I gotta get back with you. That's why we bumped into each other again. I think this husband is providing financial security, but I doubt it's a type of romantic love. then they need to be the ones in therapy. Like, what is he doing going to therapy with you? You're his ex from 10 years ago. Why the why is he going to therapy with you? Why isn't he going with his husband? Why is he out there looking for people to have an affair with? You know, like if you have a good thing going for you, if you're in a relationship that's like financially secure, it's like work on the romance. You don't have to find that somewhere else. You can build that with the person you're with. We went to therapy towards the end of our trying 10 years ago. Oh, okay. So this was... Okay, I now understand the timeline. Either way, what this guy's going through, it sounds kind of messy, and, you know, you are completely valid in just keeping your hands clean of this situation. Like, I don't know if I would want anything to do with it. Like, if one of my exes approached me on the street and they're like, oh my god, I want to cheat on my spouse with you, I'd be like, goodbye. I just don't get why cheat when you can just break up and go be with someone else before betraying your partner, right? It's like they don't want to let go of the sure thing. They don't want to let go of that financial security. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Like, work on the romantic connection within your relationship. Like, that's just something that I feel like people don't really get, is that if there's something about your relationship that needs to change, work on changing it. It's not impossible. If things just don't feel as romantic, you can make that a priority. You can work on that. You can talk about it. You can do things about it. That's the whole point. You don't need to just give up on the relationship and be like, I guess I'll just go start sleeping with other people. Some people just genuinely want to live in chaos. It's true. If you grow up in chaos, if chaos is what you're used to, that feels normal for you, and you have a hard time actually like appreciating balance and normalcy. And so there are people who will throw stuff away. Like, they'll throw away good things, like healthy, long-standing relationships, just because they're wired for chaos. Like, there needs to be conflict, there needs to be drama, there needs to be contention, there needs to be a problem. You know, open relationship or not, it's like, do you want to get entangled with that mess? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I see people in an open relationship, I'm like, good for you. Good for you. Have your fun, you know, go do what you want to do. Just... like, this isn't, like, what do you think the success rate is on open relationships? What's the success rate on open relationships? In my experience, most people will go for the open relationship route when they've got no other options and they're just like slowly in the process of breaking up. It's like it's a last-ditch effort to make things work. I feel like that happens a lot. I'm not gonna say it's entirely what happens. I don't want to be biased against the polyamorous, you know. I'm glad you're having fun, you know. Glad you're having fun. But I feel like a lot of people go into an open relationship for the entirely wrong reasons. It takes a very emotionally mature person, it also takes very strong communication skills. And a lot of people will do this because they lack in those communication skills. They do this as a way to like keep a relationship going when it's probably just for the best that we, you know, move on to other things. Yeah, for the record, I'm not anti. I would never do it. That sounds like way too much fucking work. Are you kidding me? Telling me you have to date multiple people? No way. Too much work. Too many birthdays to remember. I really want them to stay together because the husband makes a lot of money and I want him to be okay. We both struggled financially. What I would say is, if you want that to happen, then just don't interfere with it. Just allow it to progress how it would naturally. Because as far as you know, they don't have an open relationship. The husband could tell you that they have an open relationship. It doesn't mean that they actually do. Sometimes people will pull that shit too. They'll be like, hey, aren't you married? And be like, oh, don't worry about it. It's an open relationship. It's like some people just use that as an excuse so that they get to cheat. So I would just err on the side of caution and just not involve myself at all. If I want their relationship to be long lasting, then I'm not going to do anything that could possibly interfere with it. I'm too selfish to even consider this. I don't necessarily consider it selfish. I'm just like, who has the time? Who's multiple people? I hate the idea of a closed relationship because of my past issues with narcissistic dependency and the relationship I grew up with. Yeah, that'll do it. Like, if you have a really bad experience with a monogamous relationship, it could give you a very, harsh view of what monogamy looks like. But to me, what monogamy looks like is an ongoing commitment and committing to a love that will only continue to grow. It's something special that you build between the two of you, and you want to see where it goes, and you don't feel the need to complicate that by throwing anybody else in the mix. Just need more trust. Trust in yourself. Trust in yourself to make good choices and to know who to put your trust in. Learning how to trust others starts by learning how to trust yourself. I need to trust that I can know who to put my trust in. I don't know. I think that's one of the really beautiful things about life is just seeing two people like dedicating their lives to each other. Like a healthy, long-standing relationship. It's a wonderful thing. You take your individual lives and you build something beautiful together. Polygamy born out of distrust and fear of entrapment is understandable, but probably not the basis you want. Exactly, because you're going to channel those feelings into the exact opposite of what you would want if you were to make that relationship work. If you have a baseline of distrust and fear, how are you going to trust multiple people in a relationship? If you can't even trust one person in a relationship, how are you going to trust multiple? Missed your presentations. It's nice to catch the end of one. Hey, how's it going? We had a fun one today. This one was about overcoming fear. We've had some bangers lately. We've been trying to do some empowering stuff. So that's what we did today. This one was all about understanding and overcoming fear. And I feel like we had some really great discussions today. I feel like we had some really good discussions today with this one. What do you think? We talked about bears. We talked about adverse childhood experiences. That's what he would say. You have to trust me. And I would be like, trust you to do what? You can trust him to be himself. Whatever that means. You know? Like. If you'd like a copy of these slides, exclamation slides in the chat. I'm also going to post them in the Discord. Fear seems to manifest in many ways. It's true because it's so primal. It's such a fundamental aspect of our psyche. It exists in every mammal. It's something that's very ingrained in our nature. And so that's why it's good to learn how to work with it so that it doesn't run you over. Also posted the slides here in the Discord. Shout out to the Discord. It's also where we do the book club. Shout out the book club. Deep in our little lizard brains. Interesting point of discussion real quick. The expressions of fear between lizards and mammals are slightly different. We have some of the same responses to adverse stimuli, but they are a little bit different because mammals form emotional connections and they form stronger memories of their lived experiences. Lizards don't have great memory, but they have fantastic instincts. Mammals, on the other hand, they have more memory components than lizards do. And so when we think about fear, think about how much of it is tangled with your memory. And so this kind of transcends a little bit above lizard, and it starts to get into mammal. It starts to get into the squirrel brain. I better have enough nuts for the winter. Ooh. We've got some questions. We've got some questions. Let's get into it. Have you ever encountered a therapist with a mental illness fetish? Not personally. Not personally. I've only ever seen this kind of stuff in movies. Is this a thing that can happen? Yes. The thing about it is that it can happen, but the odds of it happening are incredibly low. It's like theoretically possible, and it probably has happened. Kendra. Is Kendra here? I would love to talk to Kendra. I'd love it, but she would probably assume some things about me because I'm a man in the mental health field. She said that all men in the mental health field get their kicks by feeling a sense of control over people that are mentally vulnerable, and I'm like, that's harsh. I'm like, damn, I thought I was in it to help people. Like, what the fuck did I know? Right? And it's like, even if that were the case, it's like, it wouldn't exclusively be a man thing. I'm like, everybody likes to feel, you know, the sense of agency and control in their life, and some people manifest that in bizarre and unusual and unhealthy ways. Human beings have predatory instincts. Everybody is capable of acting on those instincts. Some of us do it in different ways, you know, depending on what your traits are, depending on what your strengths are. So it's good to be mindful of predators in the world because they come in different shapes and sizes. They're always trying to get one over on you. So yeah, me personally, I've never seen it. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen, but I've never seen it personally. Because typically, if you're that, if you're the type of person who has a fetish centered around mental illness, like, people are going to clock you for it. I'm just going to say, like, people are going to clock you for that pretty quickly. It's not easy to keep that kind of shit to yourself. If you're that mentally unwell that you're actually going into the mental health field to, like, get your kicks by other people's mental illnesses, like, you're probably not put together enough to, like, keep that job for very long. People are gonna sniff it out, like, what? Huh? You're gonna get caught. Speaking of fear, I get really excited and have a lot of fun when I'm genuinely scared. When I've had knives pulled on me or been chased or come face to face with immediate danger, I want to both scream and laugh. Is the amygdala also in charge of feelings like excitement? Or am I a freak for this? Nope. You're not a freak. Well, I feel like we're all little freaks, but yes, it is. You are exactly correct. You're exactly correct. The center of your brain that creates fear is also the part of your brain that creates excitement. Same hardware, same part of the brain. So no, you're exactly right. I describe it like like the feeling of being on a roller coaster. Why is fear so fun? Because it's a thrill. It makes you feel alive. It makes you feel like, oh, this one's for real. There's consequences. It doesn't feel like it's a simulation. The guardrails are off. When you're acting out of like instinct and you're acting off of those fight or flight, like instinctual impulses, it's like it feels innately human. It's something like deep within our core that we're tapping into. Why does that part of the brain also connect to the piss button? Because if I'm going to run for my life, I don't want to be sloshing around a bladder full of pee. I'm going to drop some weight. I'm going to let go of anything I don't need so that I'm lighter when I'm running out of here. That's also why it can make you feel like you gotta poop. Like, well, let's get it out of here. Let's drop some weight before we run for our life. Is it also the horny center of the brain? It's also the center of your brain that can develop feelings of love. It makes a lot more sense when you realize that the part of your brain that produces feelings of fear is also a contributor in the part of your brain that feels a sensation of love. I'm autistic, and when I'm too tired, I just have one panic attack after another. Have you ever talked to anybody about it? I would encourage you to if you haven't already, because panic attacks can be managed. We can learn how to respond to them differently. It doesn't have to be this way forever. You know, autistic or not, it's something that we can work on. So I would encourage you to do that. You know, seek out somebody that you can talk to about it. Doesn't have to be this way forever. The reason why they happen one after another, you know, I'll just kind of answer that component of the question for you. Panic attacks can be so powerful that they create more panic attacks. The fear of having a panic attack can make you have a panic attack. And so the key to overcoming them is to not be afraid of them. Learn to love the feeling. See, what I noticed is that anytime after a moment of panic, what I would feel is I would feel a thrill. I would feel those endorphins. I would actually feel really good after that feeling had subsided. And so what I started doing was I just started looking forward to how good it was going to make me feel afterwards. And then they just stopped happening. I learned to enjoy them, and now now they don't happen anymore. Having a fetish for mental illness is more common than you think, maybe. Not in professional therapists, but I'm thinking of the savior type. That's a really good point. That's a really good point, and I'm glad you brought it up. You're not going to see very many of those people in genuine helping professions because it takes a lot of time and effort and investment to work in mental health, and you don't even get paid all that much. So if you're in that field, you're probably in it for the right reasons. You know, you probably didn't go to all that schooling and take on all that student debt and work your way up just so that you know, you're probably in it for the right reason, is what I'm saying. However, you will find people out in all walks of life that will be that way. You will find people who are predatory, who will take advantage of people's mental condition. These are people who have a baseline understanding of mental illness and they will know how to exploit it. And so they'll seek out people who are mentally vulnerable so that they can take advantage of them. That's who you actually need to watch out for. You're way more likely to run into somebody like that than you are to run into a therapist or a psychiatrist who's in it for the wrong reasons. I can't tell you the number of people I've had who have been worried that their psychiatrist is trying to murder them or trying to poison them. It's more than two. It's more. But it happens. People have tricked me for real, for real. Yeah, because they're insidious. They'll find you when you're at your lowest and they'll take advantage of it. Hold on, I want to show you something. It was a GIF and I found it on Reddit, so I have to find it on Reddit real quick. So give me just a moment. I'll pull it up. It's not hard to find, it's right here. This is who you gotta watch out for. Framing, that's a personal trainer helping that person get ripped climbing the ladder. That's such a Pink way of looking at the situation. And by Pink, I mean the music artist Pink. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You know, going through a tough relationship and being like, but now I'm a badass. Like, yeah, I had to deal with some shit, but I'm stronger because of it. Which ultimately is a good way to reframe it. Like, maybe you've had some shitty exes, but you can look back at those experiences and be grateful that you learned what you learned and you found out what you actually like and you learned how to set boundaries for yourself. And, you know, you're a better person because of it, even though the relationship itself actually was unhealthy. Bro, that's Kelly Clarkson. Well, close enough. Just don't know any Pink songs off the top of my head is the problem. But it's prevalent in the sentiment in her songs. You're just like a pill. Instead of making me better, you keep making me ill. Actual Pink song, by the way. How do I know when I've gotten over a relationship? When you find that you're just not really thinking about them much anymore. You're like, oh yeah, huh. I did used to be in a relationship with that person. That's how you know. But there's not going to be that moment where you like realize or like, I no longer care about this person. This person is out of my life. No, it's more of like you wake up one day and you realize like, huh, something's different. And then maybe you realize that you haven't thought about that person in a while and you're like, oh yeah, maybe that's what it is. I haven't thought about them in who knows how long. Cool. I need a new therapist. The last one is interning and ghosted me 3 times in a row and fully forgot I was scheduled the last time. I would report it, honestly. You know, you can't be doing that when you're a therapist, so don't feel bad if you have to, like, tell somebody about it. I don't know who it is, maybe a supervisor or something. Because maybe their heart's in the right place, maybe it was an innocent mistake, but they need to learn from it. You can't just do people like that. That's not right. I did. I reported it to the company. Good. You should. They need to know that they can't treat people like that when you're in a helping profession. How do I know when I've gotten over a relationship? I've heard about the disgust period where you just feel gross about knowing you've been with this person, but I've only felt that a little bit. That's not universal, by the way. Like, that's not universal at all. Maybe some people experience this type of thing. I wouldn't say it's abnormal to feel that way. Like, what was I thinking? Why was I with them? That's normal, but it's not guaranteed. It doesn't always have to happen. You know, sometimes you break off from somebody and you're just like, yeah, it is what it is. We just weren't meant to be together. I hope they find happiness in life, you know, no hard feelings. You know, shame we couldn't make it work out, but it just wasn't meant to be. And I've also heard you just stop caring altogether at some point, which I don't think I've felt. How do I know when I've let go? You'll know when you know. That's the thing. There's not going to be like one moment. It's not going to like wash over you as some sort of feeling. It's just kind of, you know, pop in on you one day and you're going to realize, you know, maybe you're at home, maybe you're at the farmer's market, maybe you're walking in the park and you realize, huh, I haven't thought about whatchamacallit in a while. I haven't thought about what's her name in who knows how long. That's kind of how it goes. Not just in relationships, but with painful memories in general. They have a way of just kind of slowly fading away. So just allow it to fade. That's all you gotta do. The best way to do that is to quit picking at it. You gotta quit picking at it. If you pick at it, that's just gonna keep that wound open. You just have to try to forget it. Just focus on other stuff in life and then just let nature take its course. You know what I mean when I say picking at it? Like picking at a wound, you're like, you keep it open, you're like, let it scab over, let it heal. Quit reopening it. What if it doesn't feel like that? What does it feel like? What if instead of trying to figure out why we feel the way that we feel, we just allow ourselves to feel however we actually feel right now? It feels like my soulmate is missing, then go find him. Maybe you got a glimpse of him. It doesn't have to be that person. You can still see those same things in somebody else. When it comes to finding somebody that you really resonate with, you'll get glimpses of that in the people that you meet. I don't know about this one, Papa. Well, if you feel like it's meant to be with this person, then fight for it. But if not, let's just keep on the old trail. Let's just keep on moving, partner. Who knows, maybe you could find somebody even better. A coward? Nah. Nah. I disagree. You're overruled on that one, I fear. If I don't know for certain if it's worth keeping alive, see, there you go. That's what life's all about. It's about the journey. It's about going through something and putting in an honest effort and trying to make it work and just seeing where that goes. If it's meant to work, it'll work. If it's not meant to work, it's not going to work. But at least you can look back and say, well, at least I tried. On to the next one. I like to view relationships as relationship practice. As you continue to build yourself up to the person that you really want to be. You know, you can find that best self because that's who you want to put forward in that relationship. You know what I mean? You can learn a lot from every relationship you have about what it is that you actually want in a relationship. And you can find somebody that matches those criteria. But sometimes you have to just get out there and try different things to see what you like and see what you don't like. Chat, this next question is too juicy. My sister's husband fucked a stripper the night before their wedding at a bachelor party. It's been years, but should I tell my sister? Should we take it to a poll? I feel like we need to take this one to a poll. All right, hold on. I'll make a poll. Give me just a sec. This is a first for us. We're taking this to a poll. This is new for us here, but we're trying something a little different. I want to see what you think. Their sister's husband had sex with a stripper the night before their wedding at the bachelor party. It's been years, but should they tell the sister? It's important to note that just telling them doesn't mean that the relationship is going to end. They could work through it. They could go to therapy. They could, you know, work past it. Whenever I see these, I know someone cheated. Should I tell situations? My answer is tell the cheater. You'll tell unless they come clean in a given time period. That's also a way to do it. You could also tell the husband that you know and that you want them to be the one to come clean. Otherwise, you're going to tell them. You could give them the opportunity to save face. That's another option. You could give the cheater the option to save face. Either you tell them or I will. It could cause a lot of pain for a mistake years ago. Would you want to know? If your significant other cheated on you right before your wedding, would you want to know? See, the thing is, it's not hard to not cheat. It really isn't. Just don't get naked, don't have sex with them. It's not that hard. I don't see why people act like it's so difficult to not cheat. Like, it's really not. It's actually very simple. Especially right before your wedding, like what the fuck? That's what you want to do right before you get married? Shouldn't you be at home having sex with your future wife? You know, some people will do this type of stuff as like one last hurrah before they finally get married, and it's just like, is that really the mindset you want to have going into a wedding, going into a marriage? I need to get my fun while I can, because after this, it's all going to be downhill. You know, so I better have sex with a stripper. It's like, who's to say they haven't cheated since then? What if it ruined a successful marriage? Shouldn't have cheated. If they really want to work on it, they can work on it. You're just bringing the truth to light. You're not the one doing the cheating. I think I'm with the yeses on this one. But I would say you do also have the option of telling the husband and being like, hey, found out about what happened, either you tell her or I will. I would just put yourself in their position. Also, thank you for the poll. We got a 71%. 71% say yes. And I would just think about how you would feel if you were in that position. Like, would you want to know? Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you would just rather live on in ignorance and just... It's going to be your choice. So I would just think about it and think about what you want to do and think about how you want to go about doing it. Whether or not you do it. I'm just very distrustful of cheaters, I think, is my thing. I'm biased against cheaters. You got me. You got me. I'm biased. I'm caught. I just think that cheating is nasty business. You know, if you're the type of person to do it, you're probably the type of person to do it more than once. Because you feel like, hey, I can get away with it. Like, you clearly have issues with the idea of a committed relationship. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't really have much patience or compassion for cheaters. I'm like... Yeah, I don't think you have an obligation to tell them. That's going to be your choice. But I feel like, you know, maybe the truth will come to light one way or another. There's also the potential fallout risk. Like, let's say that she does find out later, and then she's like, wait, you knew about it this whole time? How come you never told me? And the next thing you know, she's mad at you for knowing but not telling her. I don't know. There's all sorts of ways that this could become messy, so I would just try to go about it in a way that is the least messy. I think honesty is the best policy here. I think you should just let her know. It's your sister. You would want her to tell you if your significant other had cheated on you. It'll be up to her to decide what she wants to do with that information, you know? Be prepared to be the scapegoat, though. It's true, you might catch yourself on the receiving end of some of that displaced anger. You know, you might be the one who catches the blame for it, but just know that you're not the one who cheated. Hello, can I ask if you're able to do a presentation on schizophrenia? It's on the list. We'll have one here soon. Tomorrow's Friday. We could probably do it tomorrow. You wanna do it tomorrow? We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do the schizophrenia presentation tomorrow. Does that work? Tomorrow good for you? loved one of mine recently got diagnosed with it and I want to understand it better. But most explanations were different in some way and none matched his behavior. I know it's a thought disorder, so I don't expect to understand his thoughts, but it'll help to know more. Thank you. We can do that. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that tomorrow. Schizophrenia is very commonly misunderstood. Another thing about it is that it has a ton of different ways of manifesting. You know, I've worked with tons of people who had a schizophrenia diagnosis, and a lot of them were very different from one another. And so yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll kind of explain what's going on underneath the surface. Got you. I got you. We'll do it tomorrow. Have you ever had a case where someone told you he has violent fantasies and it doesn't bother them? If yes, how do you correct those thoughts? This is the type of person that you want to steer clear of. This isn't the type of person that you want to sit down and try to change their thinking, because, and let me explain why that is. If this type of person has violent fantasies and they aren't bothered by those, then they're more than likely going to act on them at some point. And if you present yourself as someone who is willing to help, and you're someone who's caring and compassionate about them, and you're trying to help them, they might view you as a mark. They might view you as somebody that they can take action on. You don't want to find yourself becoming a victim of them by approaching them out of compassion. In dealing with people who have violent fantasies and they aren't bothered by those, you need to act with a high level of caution, because people who have violent fantasies and they aren't disturbed by those fantasies, those are people that you want to watch out for. Especially if they have antisocial tendencies. What if the violent fantasies are specifically reserved for Rothschild types, theoretically? Well, if they're only directed towards billionaires, then, you know, eat the rich. Like, whatever. Like, they don't count. Whenever we're talking about people, you know, we don't include billionaires in that tally because they do some pretty inhumane shit. But no, just in general, you want to be very mindful of people who have violent fantasies that they aren't bothered by, because these people tend to have antisocial traits. You know, they might use and abuse people without much care or thought. And so it's just good practice to be mindful of that. And what we've found to be the case is that it's very hard to treat this type of person. This type of person very often finds themselves either running a company or locked up in jail. Or running for Congress. Are they not bothered by them because they know they won't act on it, or because they don't see a problem with violence? That's a really important distinction to make. But I would say that, you know, even, I don't know, it's like, of all the things you could be fantasizing about, like, why that? Of all the things you could think about, of all of the wonders of the universe, that's what you decide to dedicate your fantasy towards? Acts of violence? Seems fishy. Like, sure, you might tell me that, yeah, you don't got nothing to worry about. I'd never act on it. Maybe not now. It might be different a couple of years from now. You might, the idea might start looking pretty good to you. Anyway, it kind of just depends. Like, are they just being an edgy edgelord? Are they just being an edgy edgelord, or are they actually like an antisocial person? Because that's a difference. Sometimes you'll meet people and they're just edgy edgelords, and it's like, okay, maybe you'll grow out of it. Maybe you're just all about skulls and bones and, yeah, okay. Welcome in, Reclaw. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Does grief end? Yes. In time, what will happen is the pain will fade, but the love will remain. But the key to allowing that to happen is you have to allow yourself to feel that pain of that loss, which many of us avoid doing. We bury ourselves in our work or our hobbies or our vices, and we don't allow ourselves to actually feel that pain. And so it becomes this thing that we're just constantly running from, constantly trying not to think about. But if you allow yourself to feel it, if you allow it to wash over you, and you allow yourself to just feel how you need to feel about that loss, if you need to break down, break down. If you need to weep, weep. That's how you feel it. That's how it moves through you. And that's how you get over it. The pain will fade and the love will remain. Have you ever felt stuck in life and you couldn't get out of it? Like you're constantly fighting in your mind day and night and it fucking exhausts you? I'm there. I need help. I couldn't bear it anymore, and I'm sorry to bring down the chat. No apologies allowed. You don't need to apologize. The important thing to realize is that you're exhausted because it's you fighting you. So why are we fighting? What are we fighting for? Why do we fight at all? We fight so that we can find peace. But if we want peace, all we have to do is stop fighting. We don't want to treat ourselves like a foe. We want to treat ourselves like a friend. We can be introspective and constructive, and we can analyze ourselves, and we can offer critical insight to ourselves, but it doesn't mean we have to fight ourselves. We're on the same team. It's not me against me, it's me and me on the same team. You want to be mindful of how much time you spend preparing for hypothetical fights. You ever find yourself rehearsing potential arguments? Do you ever find yourself rehearsing conflict with people that you may never meet? If you're constantly preparing for a fight, that just means that you're always expecting one around the corner. You just gotta quit fighting, partner. You just gotta lay down your weapons and just chill. Atticus is barking at me. He is hungry, so it's time to go. I gotta go feed the dogs. So that's gonna be it for me today, partners. That's gonna be it for me today, partners. See a lot of my friends moving ahead, doing things with their life, when me stuck in the same position, like I don't feel like I'm doing something. That's what I'm fighting for. Comparison is the theft of joy, my friend. The only person you need to compare yourself to is you. Where are you now versus where you were a year ago? And where do you want to go from here? You want to look at your friends who are having things happen for them in their lives, and you want to feel happy for them. Those are your friends, right? Those are your friends. You want to see them doing well. You want to see them living a good life. Why do we have to sacrifice our own joy because our friends are happy? We don't need to defeat ourselves in this way. Try to be happy for them so that you can be happy for yourself. I'm just not happy with the version of myself now. Then what could you do to be happier about it? That's the question you want to ask yourself. What's my next step? Alrighty, everybody, I gotta run. I got a dog to take care of. He's barking at my door, so I'll be back tomorrow, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. So I'll see you all then, okay? Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. That dog is barking. Oh, woof, woof, woof. Don't forget to check out the Discord. Don't forget to join the book club. Not a cult, by the way. We do have peer support in the Discord, so if there's ever anything that you want to chat about, we can do that on the Discord as well in the off hours. But for now, I gotta go, so I will see you all tomorrow. All right, later, gamers.